Good afternoon. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, July 30th, 4:05-ish. Let's see, this meeting is being audio-video recording. Anything you say or share will be displayed on the town's YouTube channel. Please act accordingly. Comments through the chair for decorum and to make it a little bit easier for our minutes taker to make minutes. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have any members on Zoom, Fiona? For now, we'll say all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it'll be Angus, Abby, myself, Joe, and Connie.
Oh.
Okay. Afternoon, Ray.
Hi there. Sorry, I just, here we are.
It's all right. Val Oliver will not be with us this afternoon. Is Carrie on? And Carrie's not here. Okay. Let's see. Commissioner discussion. One item just to mention is old business, new business alternating schedule begins August 5th. So next meeting will be an old business meeting, just for people to know. Pardon me? Should be new. Oh, you know what? You're right. I was thinking old business would be this meeting. Thank you, Sarah. So that rotation will begin anew. And let's see, value of written submissions and submission deadlines. I think given the weight of the 6,982 items on our agenda, I'm going to skip that one for now. And when Val's here next week, we'll pick up that comment and discussion. That brings us to consent. Ray, I see you'll be recusing. Can I get a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. That brings us to 2 Stone Alley, withdrawn per applicant, 7/29/24. Let's see, we don't need to act on that. Old business, 1826 Sparks Ave, Welch Pole Camp. Good evening, Raymond. Good afternoon.
Hey, Stephen,
Yeah.
before we get into this, I just want to say, sorry I'm on Zoom. I know it's a voice vote thing. So if you want to use your discretion and speed things up in terms of having people sitting at the table present, just let me know.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
I appreciate the offer. On this one, I think I'll defer to you.
I'm chairing this one, so you don't have an option on this one. It's me. Okay, so but the rest that was for the future, the later applications. Okay, it's over to me, right?
One moment, if you will. I just wanted to clarify. This one's a little bit tricky because obviously I'm the chair, but you're chairing this one,
Right.
and this was advanced. I got to take a look at my notes. Let's see. Bear with me a moment. Sparks Ave. I'm still here. Okay, so I advanced this matter in order that the applicants, if there were revisions, they didn't have to wait until the next old business meeting, which would be August 12th to be heard. They were pretty far down on the agenda to be moved, but it appeared to be moved up. On the other hand, it appeared they completed the sketches a few members requested. I move these up under one condition, that they limit their presentation to modifications sketched and relevant elevations only. With the volume of the other work before us, we simply do not have time to work in a repeat of prior presentations. I'll also note that, Ray, I think it would be unfair to take public comment on this application at this time. We moved this up from 2 meetings out, and anyone who would want to come and speak for or against it, who isn't coordinated with the applicant or their agent, would have no idea. So I'd like to ask that we stick to, one, the sketches presented in the packet, and if there were any other modifications, and we don't revisit lengthy presentations over what it is and what it's all about and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Okay, well, I concur with all of that. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so don't need to tell you guys, the board is myself, Stephen, Abby, Joe, and Connie. With that, I'd like to go to the rep. Is that you, George?
That would be
Yeah.
me, yes, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you.
There is some supplemental information that was sent down to Holly last week that I think the team over there is looking at reviewing, but to deal and address Steve's quick comments, we studied the Sparks Ave elevation primarily and made some significant changes to the dormers, which seem to have been sort of the point of contention. So what's zoomed in right there on our screen is we've moved from 3 double mull dormers to a single double in the middle with 2 flanking singles on the left and the right. This is on the left-hand mass. We've also really tried to push those dormers as far back on the roof elevation, but this creates more roof space. I know there was a comment about how much roofing was available or visible, and the dormers seem to overpower that. On the right-hand mass of Building A, this is Building A, we had 2 dormers. We've consolidated those to a single dormer, again exposing more roof and roof surface. We also removed
Excuse me.
the corner.
I know, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm looking at a full presentation for this building that compares the previous elevation and has the clouded elevation that basically illustrates graphically everything you're saying.
Yep.
And I think it would be good to go to that page.
I
Just-
apologize.
reference it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's page 15 of 17 on page A301. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
but
that's okay. I thought a consolidated elevation would be more appropriate because it shows both buildings in context, but we
Yeah.
can do it.
Agree. Thank you, Joe.
It just shows the dormer changes that you made specifically. I think this is a very important one as well because it shows the streetscape essentially.
That's one of the attachments. We would be looking to get back to the actual application off of your, that you normally put up during.
It's on the, let's see, old business there.
Right there.
Where are they all?
On the bottom.
Yeah, keep going down.
Last old business, number 8. Yep.
Yeah, that first PDF right there.
So it's building 8, sorry?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and page 15 of that PDF. I just happens to be the first PDF I opened, but that it's,
So 86,
yeah, there you go. This page, oh, you just went past it. If you rotate that page A301 and this is what was just described because at the top is I'll let George explain it, but I just think this will make it easier.
Yeah, I got most of it out actually, but again, we consolidated or we eliminated 3 double dormers on the left-hand mass to a single double in the middle and then 2 singles flanking either side of that. Also on the right-hand mass of Building A, we originally had 2 dormers. We consolidated those to a single dormer in the center. We also did try to pull these back as far as we could while maintaining double hung window status. So again, we thought here that we were creating more visible roof mass, if you will, and by pushing them back slightly, eliminating the exposure of cheek walls. The only other change on this elevation is there's a horizontal band on the storefront. We just had to make that band a little bit wider than what was originally shown. It's now shown at roughly 3 inches, and that was working with our window engineering team to make sure that we could provide impact-resistant glass on that level, which is a requirement. So we were limited by the amount of glass. So the line didn't change the location. It essentially went from a 7/8 an inch to a roughly 3 inch, and that's just working with the window engineers. The other elevations which we could go through, really the only thing that we did on those was on the dormers. We got rid of the corner boards, and we also got rid of the freeze boards on all the dormers to try to make their massing look a little less obtrusive. So we'd stitch together the corners, or cottage corner, if you will, so that it makes those, we're trying to make those dormer masses as little or as small as possible. But the primary changes were on the Sparks Ave elevation. That's where we modified the dormer, the dormer configuration. We could take comments on this, or go to building B first, and then the consolidated Sparks Ave elevation that I had.
Yeah, George,
Yeah,
I think in the interest of time, we should just review everything together, even though we're all aware that there are two separate applications for building permitting. Because I know that the other thing that was discussed was the colors, whether or not you did anything with that. Just give us an overview of everything, if you would.
perfect. So
Thank you.
while the team here is calling up the building B elevation, the other thing on building A is we're putting in and we're proposing the trim paint to be cobblestone and the roofing to be pewter wood. Both are approved colors, and I believe everybody has a good understanding of what those would look. While we're on the colors for building B, we had made the trim color change to platinum gray. I think there was a comment probably 4 or 5 meetings ago that was a little softer, and in fact what may have been used at the hospital, and we're looking to go to the Georgetown gray on the roof again. Both of those are approved colors. So if we're looking at building B here, the elevation that we would really want to focus on is the one to the right, top right. That's the Sparks Ave elevation. Again, the modification there essentially was, we previously had 3 double window dormers there. We've cut those down. We've also pushed these dormers back significantly on the roof, so that again, we're trying to eliminate the appearance of the cheek walls. And the same issue with the mullions, the horizontal mullions on the storefront, that cross horizontal between the plate glass and the clear story implication was just made wider. With regard to the back dormers and the side dormers, again, we're proposing to leave those the width that they were previously shown, but we're removing corner boards on all of those, as well as freeze boards. So we're effectively just bringing down the roof lines to the top of what we need for the head casing on all of the windows.
Okay.
There were, as we discussed last time, we do have an updated movie that shows these changes, and then we also put in through supplemental information through the office some sketch options, which we caught a peek of a little bit earlier, that shows potential roof options on the B building, if you will. And Fiona, that was on the disc.
George,
Yes.
did you say potential roof options?
No.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood what you just said. Oh, potential dormer options.
So the dormer stream on the top is exactly what we just presented.
Right.
We did take alternate looks at the B building in particular, and there's precedent in the neighborhood for hip dormers and potentially hipping the roof on the front porch extension. We put this out there as an option. We were asked to look at options, and we promised that we'd put one back or put a few down. Now, this is probably 2 of thousands, as you can imagine, overall. Option number 1 is what was just presented and what we had submitted. It would be our preferred option, but we wanted to show the board that we had thought of other things to try to soften the elevation, particularly on Sparks Ave. If we were to go to this option 2 on the B building, we would probably opt to do that on all the dormers.
Okay.
But one more thing, sorry. This obviously, the shed dormers, the hip dormers would obviously reduce the significance of the cheek walls, particularly on that building. because we would then see the roof lines running back into the primary roof, and you'd see a very, essentially from that elevation, actually, if you could go down one, please. So, you can see that, running that rake line on the hip back to the main roof mass does reduce the, the exposure of the sidewalls, cheek walls, if you will.
Okay,
So just in closing, the color schemes, I think, create a differential. We had already made changes to the window styles going from 6/1s or 6/6s in both to 6/1s in one, 6/6s in the other. So we think that we've addressed at least the majority of the concerns that we heard from some of the members.
okay. George, is there anyone else from your team that would like to speak before I send it over to Holly?
Yeah, we'd like to reserve after we hear the comments, Ray, if
Of
we
course.
can. Holly's
Yep,
not
yep.
here. Yep,
What's that? Sorry, say that again?
Holly's currently not here. Fiona's filling in.
Oh, yeah, right, sorry.
No worries.
So yes, I'll certainly give you time at the end. Fiona, comments?
Nothing, sorry, nothing from Holly.
Okay. And as Stephen had pointed out at the beginning, which I think was sound advice, no public comment at this time. We're going to go right to the board members. I don't need to remind you all who you are. Who would like to begin the discussion?
I'll go.
Yes, Joe.
I think I mentioned the dormers a couple times. This to me works. I really appreciate you looking at not just removing corner boards and tweaking the cheek wall depth, but making some of the double dormers go to single dormers. Some thinking of building A. I think that it does reveal more of the main roof mass, and it makes it feel less, doesn't make it feel top heavy like it did before. So I think it's successful. I also think that those moves are successful on building B, but I happen to like option 2, the hip dormer, because I think that when you drive down Sparks from the high school, that's the building you see first. And a couple of the board members mentioned differentiating these two. And so not just doing the color, but doing the dormers. I think that it's going to create a distinction between the two. And it certainly diminishes the cheek wall, which I think is the most severe on that elevation. So I'm in favor of the application with the revisions with building B having the hip dormers, and appreciate where this is at right now. And those are my comments.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure, Mickey, if he has a comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mickey, if you do, you can make it now.
No, we don't have any comments on this one. Thanks.
Okay, I had thought not, but thank you. Okay, who's next? And none of you gets to shirk your responsibility. I need to hear from all of you.
Yeah, I'm not shirking. I'm
Abby, I was kidding.
No, I know, Ray. I'm just, I guess, oh, I just put my notes away, but I just don't see a big enough change for me. I think it's fine that the dormers are redesigned, but for me, now the dormers sort of stand out as out of proportion with the roof itself. It's still sort of draws your eye up into the height. So rather than rehash it, I'm just going to read what I've written every single time. the massing should relate more to the other buildings that exist there now, house fitters, Cumbies, and the other end, the auto shop. I mean, I've said over and over again that I would have preferred to see 3 buildings here. And I think that's more in keeping with the streetscape that exists now. I think the height is just, it's too much. I've already commented on the dormers. So again, streetscape, I mean, this building is is close to very residential areas that only have ranch-style houses. They're smaller size, and I think it's going to be incongruous with the immediate neighborhood. And I think it's a nice design, but I do think it's something more like you would see on the Cape. And I appreciate the redesign, but I still just, basically, I think it's out of scale. So, thank you.
Okay, Abby? Yes, thank you very much. That was Abby. Let's see, we still have Connie and Stephen.
I'll go.
All right, Connie.
I appreciate the changes. My hesitation was always the dormers. And I think, that you've done a good job trying to reduce the size. I don't have an opinion of option A and option B, but I respect what Joe says about the differences, and I like the difference in the colors. I really don't have anything else to add. I think it looks good. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thanks a lot. Let's see, there are 2 people remaining, but one retains his opinions until last.
So you and me, huh? Okay, so
Go ahead, Stephen.
thanks, Mr. Chair. In fairness, I'm not going to rehash my comments. They'll be in the minutes. I stand by those prior comments. I think that as it stands, if this structure were to come before the HTC for the first time this evening, there's absolutely no way it would be approved as appropriate for the area. I do appreciate the fact that the dorm modifications in option B have been made. I think that that actually starts to create some vocabulary that helps to address helps to mask the real perception of these buildings being oversized, basically oversized residential structures. And not really in keeping with the commercial identity and sizing and massing of structures here on Nantucket. I would like to see that, I think can we go to this one, the lower right corner? For me, more of this hip roof, maybe clip gables on the main structures need to be incorporated for this to begin to become appropriate. Again, I think the goal here at this point is to mask the perception, which is a real perception, as opposed to a misinterpretation of the overall size of these structures and the expanse of the gables. I think the other potential solution along those lines, which is lacking is detailing. I think part of that is detailing not in the sense of on a granular level, but detailing in the sense of those expansive gable planes. I think there needs to be an element of layering. Perhaps the second floor pops out Garrison style, some type of, I don't want it to become a ornamentation, but something to start to create a difference in textures and planes. Perhaps a deeper wall on the second and third floor with some recessed window type elements. I think that there needs to be modifications in order to make this present in a way that it isn't, can we go to any one of the side elevations of the gables?
Stephen, did you mean in the sketch like that or in the
No,
form?
Sarah's going to pull up some hard line drawings.
Okay, all right.
One more down, maybe.
It would be one of the submittal drawings. That's one of the supplemental,
Oh, okay.
that we put together. There you go.
Yeah, that's perfect. So again, I think, well, actually, can you go to the side? It might be one up. No? No?
Are you looking for building A, Steve?
Yeah,
is
this,
building
well,
A.
here, this, you know what? This will work, or we could go to the illustration if you don't mind, Sarah, that'd be great.
So the original one?
No, the perspective, photo generated, yeah. Yeah, and kind of zoom in on, these aren't really clean enough. Give me one more, other direction, please, sorry. Anything else?
I think you might be looking for the other submittal. If this is building B, you may be looking for building A.
Actually, can you zoom in on this lower left one?
Lower left.
Yeah. Oh, is that as clear? I thought I saw one that was a little clearer. How about on the right? Yeah, and zoom in on the gable past the people. So this actually has a little bit of a representation of what I'm referring to here, is because you have the fascia work over the first floor window. There's some detailing. It starts to create focal points other than this large mass. And I think that it could be successful on the other side of the structure, which is viewed as you're coming down Sparks from the high school area, to have some relief by some type of a layer change on that massive gable, and then on the other gables the same. I'm not sure how you want to deal with any of that, but to my mind, there needs to be something done for this to be approvable. So I didn't come up with specific examples because I don't want to go down that path. In particular, I don't support the design, and it's not that I don't want to give you ideas on how to make it better. I don't want to give you ideas on how to make it worse. So that's where I am with it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. So to lead off, I'm going to follow on something that Stephen just mentioned. Building B, would it be possible, what cardinal point is facing towards the high school?
I believe that's west.
Can we just see the west elevation so that I get an understanding of what Stephen was talking about on that side?
Yeah, I think it's there.
Um,
Right, just right down the bottom. It's, yeah, there.
on the bottom side. Yep, there you go.
Okay, well, if I'm not mistaken, the west elevation shares that same sort of frieze board that's above the first floor windows, at least on the front portion of it. Okay. All right, here's where I am, folks. A, I like the revisions in the dormers. B, I like Joe's suggestion about doing as to further sort of like, separate these two buildings visually. I like the idea of doing the hipped roofs on the B structure. Basically the shed dormers the way you've drawn them on the A structure, and the hip grooves on the B structure. And C, I made an observation, and if this was brought up in the presentation or the commentary on this over the last several months and I didn't hear it, I apologize. But the observation that I made the other night was I was standing basically in front of the Stop and Shop, and I was looking over at this property. And topographically, the parking lot of the Stop and Shop is every bit of 4 feet higher than where this site is. So much has been made over the fact that I believe this building is 34 feet high. Is that correct?
It varies, Ray.
Well,
building-
like the highest ridge, George.
Yes,
34?
on the B building.
I think it's
36,
36.
I believe, on the A building.
Okay. Well, the point is this. One thing that I don't believe, at least I took into consideration, was the fact that even though the Stop and Shop is essentially a single-story building, although it does have dormers on the second, quote-unquote, second floor, it's 30 feet high, and it's 4 feet higher topographically. So in terms of the, massing impact as you drive down, I can see that they're, in the same realm. So given all that, I'm actually prepared to vote in favor of this and be the tie-breaking vote that I did not want to be. So those are my comments, but as chair, I'm going to ask this, even for those, whoever makes the motion, I would like to incorporate potentially slight modifications that might be to the betterment of this project from dissenting votes, if that's possible. But I guess what I would need to start is a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Who said that?
it was me, Stephen.
Oh, Stephen, go ahead.
I would like to have just a little bit more discussion on this. If you don't mind, one of the things
I don't mind.
one of them I had wanted to mention was that concept of introducing closed rakes on these gables. So there's a slight overhang instead of a overly simplistic, flat fascia attached, 3/4 of an inch out from the shingle. There's just no sense of depth. No shadow lines being created, nothing that's going to give the eye any relief. And I know that sounds like kind of, we need some shadow lines in our architectural review. But it's like such an incredibly important element of having a successful structure is that there's some visual interest in it when it's this large. I use the schools as an example, the new school. You go by that building, there's no shadow lines.
I know.
It's just a flat face. It's got no visual interest. And it is so out of character for a commercial building on Nantucket. So anyways, that was one of the examples I wanted to mention.
Okay, so can we stay on that just for a moment? Because that's the sort of thing that I'm talking about. Like if these rakes were pulled off of the building by, say, 2 or 3 inches, it would create a shadow line and it would be to the betterment of the building. I'm not sure that any member of this board would disagree with that statement. Well, let me put it this way. Is there anyone sitting on this application who would disagree with Stephen's comment that the rakes could be pulled out?
The gable rakes.
Yeah, the gable rakes.
Yeah, I think it would help. I'd like to respond to Stephen's comment I think that.
The gable rake comment?
No, the comment about that, there's the detail comment that you made about the storefront detail breaking up the first floor and a second floor, which I think is important. And
Okay.
the
So-
elevation that, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yes, indeed, you can comment on Stephen's comments, but I want to make sure of one thing. Stephen, did you have anything else that you wanted to put on the table?
Yeah, I mean, just to be specific, if we're looking at the west elevation, I mean, what we commonly see deployed in a large gable structure, residential gable, we don't typically have this size residential gable here.
Right.
But off island with shingle style as opposed to historic shingle style. Deployed commonly in different vernaculars is a second floor or a third floor bump out. So there's like an overhang with a garrison. Sometimes there's more ornamental details. You actually tend to see that. The example that comes to mind that I think is overdone, overwrought, are some of the larger ski resorts that have these large gables, and they transition into some design vocabulary that's kind of distasteful and not appropriate for Nantucket. But the idea of the bump out on the third floor with an overhang, I don't know if it'll be successful, but I just think between that and maybe a 6-inch boxed rake overhang, a closed gable, those are the types of things that I think could be helpful. I think that then you get into maybe some more playful elements, which are the third floor. Above the third floor, there might be kind of a recessed window with some shingle, not necessarily curvature, but I just think there needs to be more to these elevations. And I'm sorry, I can't help it, but the flat face of the four gables, I think it is, at the new schools come to mind. And
Yeah, it's a rather depressing, and yeah, I gotcha.
Soviet bloc shingle homes.
Yeah, yep.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't
Well,
want to,
George, hang on one second, because I want to, the sequence is going to be like this. So some of what Stephen is saying is resonating with me. Joe has already said that he wants to comment on Stephen's comment. So I'd like to go to Joe, and then I'm going to go to you, George. Okay.
that's quite all right. I hold my comments. Thank you.
All right. Well, you can hold them temporarily. So Joe, to you.
Yeah, well, I think that what Stephen mentioned about the first floor, and that the commercial windows and the heavy trim above it, and how that breaks the first floor from the upper levels, is a continuation of something that I think has been developing over time. Like on this particular elevation, it wraps this west elevation, and we added, unfortunately, we're looking at a drawing that doesn't have any hatches on the roof, but that porch that runs across between these gables was added. I think that when you look at the 3D, and this isn't an argument that this is perfect, I think that the 3D drawings show that these gables do push and pull. There is a lot of push and pull happening. I agree 100% with Steve's comment about the gables projecting out 4 to 6 inches makes some sense to me. I think that would help. And I took a quick glance at, because I think this elevation actually starts to be more successful than, or it is more successful than the east elevation of building A, where the storefront piece just wraps, I think, one bay. And that elevation on that side is somewhat, it wraps two. And then there's, hold on a second. Then there's there's a smaller roof over there. I guess that's a long way of saying that I agree with Stephen's comments, and I do think that a subtle detail on the upper gables, like above the triple windows or the double window on this side, what Stephen described, I actually have in my own house, which I have sort of a shingle style house where we've projected that out 6 inches, but I've also seen just the shingle flare out an inch or two, and creates a shadow line across the upper gable there, which you can't do unless you have a rake overhang. So, and just for the applicant, it's not uncommon that once the board, I don't even think that there's consensus on this, not that there needs to be, but once the massing is generally feeling like, okay, all those moves are there, then the dialogue can sometimes shift to details, which I think for Stephen to start engaging at that level, I see as a positive sign. I do think that I came here feeling like this was looking great and that you'd come a long way and that there are some details that could be finessed. And the conversation tonight is making me feel like it would be worth potentially seeing some of those things. In Building B, it sounded like there's consensus that everybody likes the hip dormers. I'm deviating a little bit from a comment on just commenting on Stephen's rake comments, but I think seeing Building B with the hip dormers everywhere would be helpful. I don't think we're going to look at it and say, no, that's not the direction. I think it's going to affirm that that is the direction. But instead of just a sketch of one elevation, I think it would be useful to see the building in totality. And I don't know if the renderings, I didn't look closely at the renderings this time around, whether or not they certainly don't reflect the hip roof detail, because I know that that was just an idea, but they reflect the dormer changes that you made, right?
The next page, maybe show a little bit of the hips, if we scroll down one, from the other view, actually one more page, the last page. So that begins to show you what the hips could look like.
Yeah, and that image, which is sort of a very romantic looking sketch, I think is attractive and appropriate, and I think it works. I think it would be good to see that rendered, just as a confirmation that that's the right direction. And I think it's an opportunity to look at some of these details that could help to create that subtle distinction between the buildings as well. Thanks for letting me follow up on that comment.
Okay, thanks, Joe. George, your turn.
Yeah, so I would like to say this. We're obviously looking for a motion to move this forward, and we weren't sure whether or not we could do this through staff with a motion. I mean, we're obviously invested in this. In this sketch, you'll notice, actually, you can see the beginning of a shingle flare on the right-hand side, right? So we're already looking at that elevation on the west side, which, as Joe, you pointed out, we had the porch, or we added the porch, I should say, and I believe that was Connie's suggestion, which we agreed with. But you can see that we were starting to develop a horizontal. With regard to rakes, rakes are simple. We want to stay away from extended rakes on the dormers because for the last 5 meetings or so, we've been hearing about the massing of the dormers. But on the gables, for sure, we think that we can definitely add shadow lines by extending the rakes on all the buildings. I think if you study the exterior elevations on all, you'll find out that there's also banding on those elevations that matches up, particularly, I think, on Building A. But again, something like a band that wraps around to break up that mass that aligns with the storefront, or a shingle flare, which is a very simple detail to do, but depending on how much we flare, creates a distinct shadow on the elevation. If we couple that with the extension of the rakes, I think we're beginning to address what Steve's comments are. And again, we want to be cognizant of the dormers because we've been trying to keep those reduced as much as possible through the last couple of submissions. And this one, I think, is really where we finally took the bite and said, well, we'll have to deal with the interior of the spaces on the 3rd floor to accommodate smaller dormers, which is a challenge in and of itself, but that's our challenge, not yours. So thank you.
Okay, George, thanks. So, listen, I think a motion could have been made, still could be made, to approve this as is. However, I think that Stephen's points, I think that the extended rakes on the large gables great idea. I agree with George, and I believe everybody, where we don't want that same vocabulary taken to the dormers because it would make them, once again, too large, too voluminous, too conspicuous. We could parse this one really thin in terms of like, is it a shingle flare? Oftentimes, what I've done is I've taken the top of the gable and simply blocked it out by 1.5 inches, the thickness of a 2x, and plywooded that just so that you had a shingled shadow line that ran across to create that shadow effect that Stephen's talking about, which would give life and dimension to, a very, I think we can all agree, is a very large building complex. So having said all that, could it be understood that we hold this for the revisions that have been discussed for review next Tuesday with the understanding that that's the end of it? Like, we are going to vote this, and I'm referring, to Joe, I'm referring to all of us really, but, that we see these subtle detail revisions to the building that I firmly believe will enhance its character. If it has to go through as a 3-2, that's the way it's going to be. So assuming that that's all right with everyone, I would have somebody give me a motion to hold for detailed revisions.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, go.
It's my understanding that next week is going to be the first new business meeting, if I'm not mistaken. So we're pushing to Tuesday. The one concern I
okay.
have is the
No,
submittal
okay.
deadline.
Yeah, okay. So I want this as I don't think I'm the only person in the room, the virtual room, that wants to have this beyond us.
Mr. Chair?
Stephen, yes.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear. Look, this has been here a long time.
Yep.
Some of that has to do with the fact that we didn't get major changes,
Yep.
material changes more quickly. So
Correct.
while I'm very sensitive to the fact that what else is going on with this property, like we've still got our obligation. Maybe you'll get a 3-2 out of this tonight. But I would suggest that we hold for revisions to change the perception of size of the structures and to introduce various character type development.
Yes.
I would also add that we move this up from being heard on the 15th. So you really are at not a net loss. In fact, the concept of my agreeing to move it up was that if revisions were to be had, you actually would have them in place for the 15th versus having to wait until perhaps September to get an approval, if that's how it went. And then lastly, I would like to see, if we're going to hold for revisions, I would like to see on Building B an option to have clip gables on the main gables. It's not going to affect your program in any way. And it could be enough to change more meaningfully change the perception of that structure as you come from the school. And in addition to that, give it a harken back to one of the original concerns, which we're not going to get 3 buildings out of this, but we would get a sense that these are separate buildings. It starts to tell a story that one was built a little bit differently, maybe at a different time than the other. So in any event, I would like to see that option on Building B if we hold for revisions. Thanks. Mr.
Okay, so Stephen,
Yeah. Yep.
that sounded that sounded dangerously close to a motion, but I want clarification on one thing that you said.
Yeah.
When it's coming back. Now, according to George, let's see, today's the 30th. So the next meeting is what, the 6th or the 7th?
6.
The 6th. That's the next meeting, which would be theoretically the new business meeting.
Oh,
Are
yeah,
you,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I said, I'll correct myself. I said the 15th. I have a different meeting in mind.
well,
The
so
13th.
are you suggesting that you would be amenable to hearing this? And I will grant that you are officially the chairman and therefore in control of the overall agenda. Are you okay with this coming back on the 6th?
Yeah, my position on this is if they can turn the drawings around by the deadline, which is Thursday at noon, fine. Let's have
Okay.
it on the 6th. If it doesn't make a ton of sense to be doing that, I mean, it's a week's different at this point. It's a week's difference. Take the time. You got it until not this Thursday, but next Thursday, get it in and we'll hear it on the 13th.
Well, I believe the reason that George asked the question was because he's probably concerned about the time. And if I were to ask George, he would probably say that he would be able to turn it around by Thursday. But George,
That's an extremely tall order. I mean, you do this for a living, I do this for a living, we all do this for a living, right? These are big sets of drawings. I would ask on the clipped gables option, would a sketch like we showed for the hip roofs suffice? I mean, to get this into production and redo movies and renderings and all of that stuff. I mean,
George, I don't think we're past all that now. I think all you need to do, and I hope that I speak with the board for the board, and if I don't, somebody chime in. All I need to see is elevations like the one I'm looking at right now that show the revisions and note them. That's it.
Yes.
You know, we don't vote on the renderings. The renderings are just a tool that we use to understand the building. What we vote on is the drawings that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, no movies, we don't.
No movies.
Past all that.
And I think if this was a smaller structure, you've been to enough meetings to know that we do staff approval and we do exhibit As, and we usually do it when it's simple, but there's enough happening here that I wouldn't feel comfortable making an emotion for approve a complex like this, 2 buildings through staff. And so I think
You mean tonight?
Yeah, tonight, exactly. And
Right.
and I think that some of these details would be beneficial to the applicant. I think you have a possibility of, I think we owe it to the community to follow this a little bit further, and I think some good points were brought up tonight that are
Yes.
beyond the massing comments and the streetscape comments and all of that, but really get into the evocative side of what this building could be instead of the utilitarian side. So I think that it makes sense to hold for revisions, and I think that it sounded like you were heading in that direction with your sketches. I'm glad you pointed out that little horizontal line over there on that, because, that says a lot, but we can't make a motion based on that.
I would hope not.
Okay.
I think Joe made a motion.
George, I just want a little bit of clarity on this, just from George. Okay, George,
Yes,
now that you understand that what we're looking for is revisions simply to the elevations that we're looking at, is that something that you can turn around by Thursday afternoon?
yeah, I have to. At this point, we want to advance this. I mean,
Well, hey, you're not alone. Okay, so I would love it if you were able to do that. Now, but Stephen's motion, and it sounds like Stephen will be the one making the motion. We won't be specific as to time other than to say that if you're able to get the revisions in by Thursday, it will be heard the following Tuesday. Okay?
So moved.
Okay. Everybody got it?
Please be prepared to address the calipers of trees, because screening is going to be an important aspect of any motion that I'm involved in voting on.
Good point. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so we're going to need to do a voice vote because one of us is not present there tonight, who shall remain nameless. Okay, so on that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Now, can that motion count for both of these projects?
Yep,
Okay,
that was
very
great.
good. That's the clarification. Okay, thank you all. See you next Tuesday.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, so Stephen, back to you with the new business.
Thanks, Ray. All right, that brings us to Joe. 23 Sankaty Head Road Demo Garage. Well, Joe's getting queued up. There will be a couple of, maybe a handful of applications this evening, folks, that I had put in for consent late in the process. So Sarah and other staff didn't receive them in time to modify the agenda. I'm not going to suggest we do anything other than, one, you be aware of that, and two, when they come up, I will make mention of them. Okay, so the board is, let's see, Angus, Abby, Ray, myself, and Connie. And Joe, when you're ready.
Okay. If you could go up, there's photographs of this existing garage. Okay, thanks. So this garage has been here twice. It was built after 1982, so the site plan that was up prior to this shows a site plan from 82 that doesn't have this structure on it. So this structure, we got approved to convert to a gazebo. So essentially, the client we opened up all four sides of this structure, and it was made to be more than 50% open, so it could qualify as a gazebo and therefore not count as ground cover. That was approved by the HDC. But then the needs of my client have evolved, and we've decided that we're going to create a smaller, more diminutive garden folly structure in this location. And so we have approval from the HDC to move this off the site. That was approved on consent, but we would like the approval to completely remove this. It's not going to fit down the Sankaty Street. It's too narrow and it's prohibitive. So it was, we don't know the exact date on it. It looks like it was between 82 and 96. So the next plan is, the next page is a site plan that shows the clouded area is where the garage is currently. And you can see that it's not evident in that aerial. And that's all the information we have. I don't know if Holly commented on this or not.
Sarah, go ahead.
Okay, so Holly agrees that the date is circa 1982, non-contributing structure, would be great to move versus demo. That's her comments.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin?
Just a question through you, Mr. Chair. You said it was converted to a gazebo. Does it still, do we have a picture of what it looks like existing today?
That picture, the previous photos that's exactly what it looks like right now.
Oh, you never did the?
No,
Oh, okay.
we have approval from the HDC to change all the fenestration, open up the side walls, remove the windows, and make this essentially a freestanding open-air structure. But my clients want an enclosed structure, and in order to do that, we have to reduce it in size by about 40% in order to meet ground cover. So there's actually an application a few weeks from now for a smaller structure in this location.
So are you asking for a demo then?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to comment too? Or?
Demo garage, yeah. No, I was looking at this. So, yeah, I had looked at this before, and I was, it's hard to take down a building that looks appropriate like this unless we know what's going in its place. I wouldn't want to lose this building if we were going to gain sort of something that was inappropriate. So that's where I am.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
Um, I agree with what has been said. And also, I'd much rather see it moved or reutilized, incorporated in any other addition that's going to be going on the property, as opposed to demolition. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ray?
Well, it's not contributing. It's an attractive building. I will certainly say that, but it's a not contributing attractive building. And we will, if nothing goes back there, then we know that we're going to be looking at grass. If something goes back in there that's architectural, we're going to be able to review it. So I have never felt like we should ransom a demo of a non-contributing building for something, seeing what's going to go in its place. So I'm okay with this. Long
Okay,
and
thank you. Points well taken. Connie?
I don't like to see buildings demoed, but I would be okay with this also.
What would you like to do?
Motion to approve as submitted?
Okay, it'll be a roll call. Connie on your motion.
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
No.
Pardon me?
No.
No. Abby?
Gosh, I'd like to see it moved. Sorry, I'm a no.
Lesson is bring in buildings for demos that don't look old. I'm a yes on that.
Or that don't look good.
Yeah. Okay, so that carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed for the record, Abby and Angus. And we are now on to 60 Winoma. And our pizza's here early. Matt, do you mind if we take a break, get it once real hot?
Not at all.
Haircut looks good, man.
Thanks. Got it done in 2 year.
Yeah.
2 years. Seriously.
I do mine like once a month after COVID, I started doing myself. DIY. Looks good. Okay, we're gonna take a break for
That's right.
10 minutes,
Oh,
7 minutes.
Have a few slices for old Ray.
Old Ray. Yeah, that sounds good. 24, 29, kill here.
Wait till you see what goes on.
You're gonna be so happy with it.
I do like that, what is that called? The way the line is?
Oh, I love that. I love that pitch break on there too.
Yes, pitch break.
We do have approval to have it moved, so we are going to look to have it moved. But now we have options. And the other structures, like 14 feet tall. We'll see.
I know.
Hey, you didn't have to recuse, you can put in for it. There's another one. Did you click the record? Just so people won't have to listen to it. Yeah, they're doing good though. Hey, do you remember, I know you're not gonna remember, I don't know why you would, where Gateway was? Seaway roof. Okay.
try to keep it to
You getting
one,
the Caesar salad dressing?
one piece.
Ray, you were good, as far as I know. Yeah. Okay, we are back live, not Memorex. We are on Winoma. Hey, Matt.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Tell us what you got.
Okay, thank you. So this is an existing guest house at 60 Winoma Way. So you've approved the main house. So if I don't know if you're all familiar with it, but this structure is located even further away from this access road, and it actually goes downhill. We included the landscape plan just to show that the elevation change actually dips down. The topography does a natural dip. So it's an existing structure, and we're not really looking to do much to it at all. If you shift to drawing A201, in the lower left, that is what you would see. And again, we've got the comparative existing condition to the right and the proposal to the left. So this is an existing structure. It's not the most interesting. There is a door. So our proposal was just to add a gable to identify and draw attention to where the door was, front door was, and then add a farmer's porch, if you will, across the face of it. Beyond that, we're not really doing much to the structure. There is an existing deck, which is on the east elevation. It's an existing deep deck. It does have an existing stair. That stair, if you notice, is on the front of the building. So again, that lower drawing 2, the south elevation in the lower right-hand corner, you can see like that's what the existing elevation is, and it's not the most attractive, specifically because of that stair. And so we just proposed to slide the stair around the side of the building. And then finally, on the north elevation, which is on the back side of it, this again, we're not replacing the foundation. We're just cutting out a couple of garage doors so we can store cars there at the end of the season. The landscape plan shows how it the driveway kind of loops around to the back. And again, because the grade does a natural dip, it shouldn't be that too much earthwork. And again, I don't think it's really visible. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. So your board is going to be Connie, Joe, myself, Abby, and Ray?
Yep.
Okay, great. Does anyone have any concerns?
My only concern was how far the stairs and the deck project. Are you going to tell me that's existing?
Through
Mike?
you,
You're
Mr.
gonna
Chair.
address the visibility.
Yeah, we are extending it by, I think, about a foot or 18 inches, but there is an existing depth. And again, you can reference the comparative elevations probably on sheet A 202. You can see it's probably about maybe a foot, 18 inches deeper.
Yeah, I think that makes it, I mean, that's the only thing that I'm sort of questioning, because it looks really odd having those stairs like way out there. I mean, there's a reason we say 8 feet. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Joe?
I have no concerns due to the visibility. I don't disagree with what Abby just said, but I think the visibility is going to be 0 from a public way.
Okay, thanks. Connie?
Same.
Ray, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. But before I do, there is reference to a color change. I'm assuming that's so that it's the same color as the house. Is that correct?
Yes,
What is it going from and to?
it's natural to white.
And the house is already white?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I move to approve this as submitted.
On your motion, Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
No.
And a yes. So 4 in favor, 1 opposed for the record. Abby was a no. Moves us to 44 Matticat Road. Second floor alterations. Chip, are you here?
Lucas Bell has his hand raised.
Lucas?
He might be working with Chip.
Lucas, are you representing this structure? If not, would someone who is please put their hand up? Lucas? Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, Lucas, we can hear you.
All right,
Do
fantastic.
you want us to drive?
If the board doesn't mind, we would love to present.
Okay, great. So we'll do a share screen. Give us a moment. Pizza bite moment.
All right, share my screen.
Lucas? There you go. We can see your
All
screen.
right, is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes. Why don't you go ahead, please?
All righty. Yes, you guys are right. I have been before the board representing myself prior, but work full-time with Chip now. So while he's unavailable, I'm stepping in. This project is right on Nantucket Road. There's been some recent renovations or touch up to the shingling, so you guys maybe have seen some action over there recently. The property is right up against the bike path, and we included some photos in case anyone hasn't been over there recently. Coming from town, there's a large series of cedar trees that screen it from the east side, coming from town, going to Nantucket. It's kind of an interesting driveway condition where the driveway apron crosses over the bike path. And then viewing it, looking towards town, the L shape of the structure creates one presentation towards along the streetscape. And then there's the flanking length of it gets kind of screened by the structure itself. So right
Anything
now,
else?
the structure is a 2-bedroom house, and we'd like to try to get a 3rd bedroom into it. And we're proposing doing so by extending that side extension along the west side and converting that from a single story into a 2-story or a 1.5 story massing. So starting with the elevations, you can see the existing elevations are shown on the left-hand side and proposed on the right-hand side and clouded. I think what we wanted to maintain and point out right off the bat is that the front elevation, there's no proposed changes. So we're contemplating keeping the front of the elevation, what's visible from the streetscape or primarily visible from the streetscape, the same. It's a little bit harder to tell what the proposals are from the south elevation, so I'm going to jump over to the east and west. Right?
Hey, Lucas, I certainly don't mean to interrupt you
No,
necessarily. I think we got this one
Yeah, go for it.
primarily on visibility. So could you speak to visibility, and then I think we're going to take comments from the commissioners.
Absolutely. Starting off with the photos and why we wanted to provide them was we definitely thought the moves we made were ones responding to visibility or lack thereof. you can see from the photo number 1 and where it's located on the GIS map that the existing cedar trees completely block out what our proposed changes will be. And then we think that the house does the screening for the rest of it once you start getting over to the west and continue along. So we definitely think this is a minimally visible house, even though it's got a close proximity. And where it may be visible, we certainly try to keep it in a respectful manner that doesn't diminish or subtract from the existing front elevation or entirety of the house.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay, we got to be a little rough on you your first time here.
No. I wouldn't want it any other way. Thank you.
Okay, who would like to begin?
Me,
No, Ray?
Abby, you can go ahead.
Oh, well, so I was going to be really quick. I think because nothing's happening to the front of the house, I mean, we all drive by this a million times a day.
Right.
It's all happening in the back, and although I prefer the, existing, the quieter, additive massing, I don't think it's going to be visible. So I'd be okay with this.
Okay, Ray?
Even though the addition is grossly inappropriate, it's not going to be visible.
Joe?
Excuse me. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad you're not changing the beautiful front of this house that
Yeah.
I happened to work with Chip's parents on in 1998, 1999. And I also know that the footprint of this house is governed by wetlands, and there's still a wetland setback, that there's no other spot to add on to this structure, and it's not visible, and it's wild vegetation behind there. So I agree with Ray's comment that it's not visible, and it is inappropriate if it was visible, but I'm okay with it, given.
Thanks, Joe. Connie, comment or motion?
Nothing to add. Approve as submitted.
Okay, let's see, on your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And on the 9 carries unanimously. Thanks, Lucas. Go buy yourself a lottery ticket.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's see, 26 Jefferson. Good evening, Lisa.
Good evening, everybody.
All right, when you see your stuff, kindly advance staff through it.
Okay.
I'll note for the record, Ray is recused.
Thank you.
Wow, there's an empty lot down there, huh?
Surprise, surprise.
Wow.
Joe, there's 2 empty lots down there.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a lot at the base on Jefferson Avenue. You can see on the site plan, there's a fair amount of topography to the site. It is a one-story structure. It's very similar in character to a lot of the buildings that are on the house that's up on Lincoln Circle that this property then touches. They have a lot of hipped roof structures in the front of that existing house, which is also a hipped roof structure. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. There's a bit of, the floor is raised a bit because of the slope of the site. So there's more steps in the front than there are in the back. But you can see that with the grade that's shown in the elevations. I don't think there's anything else. I'm assuming it's white trim, yep.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, do you have anything from Holly?
So, hipped roof, consistent with neighborhood, appreciate showing grade with elevations. There was a question, this dwelling is located within 2% flooding FEMA zone. Will this need an elevation certificate? If so, please provide with the permit map and clearly show elevations. That's all.
Thank you. Mickey, does your group have anything?
We do. Just a couple comments, but first of all, this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, including myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. So regarding this house, no major concerns. The only thought here is the front door and the front porch are sort of, I don't know, it's sort of underwhelming. It seems like there could be a little bit more importance or symmetry or some attention to the front door instead of just kind of the side of a hipped porch that just lays over a roof plane. Maybe a couple of options might be worth considering. One might be to sort of pull the columns of the porch forward a couple of feet to identify either a gable or an extra hip to articulate the front door a little better from the front. Oh, and also a chimney would be helpful to add a little more character. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see, who'd like to begin?
I can always.
Abby?
Yeah. So I think it's pretty appropriate for the area. I love the hip. It reminds me of Bermuda. I'm not sure why. Is it pink?
Yes,
Yeah.
it can be.
So I think what makes it kind of sweet is that you've got 12 over 12s, and I don't know if you thought about doing the 6 over 6s, but the 12 over 12s makes it really charming. And I would think if there was a problem with the front door that maybe being in keeping with a one-story, maybe you could do like a storm door with a diamond window, or, you know, one of those kind of, what's it called? A batten door might give it that sort of old world charm. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Joe?
Yeah, the thing that jumped out to me was the front door felt a little pedestrian, and I like what Abby just suggested, and I was wondering also about calling attention to the front door, but with a hip roof, but I think I'm okay with this diminutive structure overall. I would just ask the applicant to look at a front door option.
Okay, Connie, thank you.
I have nothing to add. I appreciate the simplicity and would be in favor of something to beef up the front door. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the restraint. It's a very charming building. I think I would absolutely swoon if those were plank frame trim windows and just a tiny chimney somewhere. And just to follow up on Holly's comments, yeah, I think you're gonna, well, just,
Well, I'll check that, and if
Yeah.
we need to submit.
yeah. Other than that, thoughts on any further detailing?
Well, I personally, well, I should let Ray speak since it's his project, but I like the fact that the front door doesn't have an added mass over it. I think part of the charm of the building is the simplicity, personally. But, you know, Ray, I defer to you on that.
Yeah, thanks. So a few things. One, it is actually outside of the floodplain. So we don't need to worry about that. The reason that, as Lisa pointed out, the reason that the floor level is where it is because it's being built into a slope. So that's why that is, not because of any floodplain issues. So that was one thing. The second thing is the front door, and somebody mentioned like a diamond pane storm,
Batten.
which I think, yeah, like a batten door, and that would be great. You know, we haven't invested a lot into the look of the front door, and I think that would be a good look. And the reason that the windows are all 12 over 12s is directly above this is the guest house that's on Lincoln Circle. And it's got a hip roof, and it's got 12 over 12 windows that are exactly the same size as this. So we're, you know, taking our cue off of that. It's a garage that faces Lincoln, but the back side of it is the guest house. So there you go.
Thanks, Ray. I appreciate the concession on that diamond-shaped door. That I thought actually was a good idea from Abby.
Yeah.
Appreciate the fact that you addressed the sticky wicket of FEMA. I didn't want to get into the living space down below. And last comment is, I think the 12 light is just an essential element of the character of this proposed structure. Do we want to do a Exhibit A? Did you have any comments on a chimney, Ray?
You know, if it were a chimney, it would be a fake chimney. The guest house up above doesn't have one. The house has a few of them. I don't care. You know, like it would just be a fake chimney with the brick on it. So if that's a requirement, so be it.
Okay, no, I don't feel strongly about it. It was brought up, though. I wanted to make sure I closed that loop. Okay, what would we like to do? Perhaps an Exhibit A with a diamond
Batten door with a
batten
diamond.
door drawn in?
Can we just say that? Oh, it's just,
It just takes, it's,
oh, okay. I'll make that motion then to, motion to approve through with Exhibit A, with making the front door have a batten door with a diamond window.
okay, thanks. So again, it's myself, Abby, Joe, and Connie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you
Thank you.
for making
Thanks.
that so easy on us. Abby, you want to write it
I
up?
can do that.
And just make a little note on the drawing. Okay, that brings us to 20 Midland Ave. Ethan, good evening.
Good evening.
You know the drill.
Ethan Griffin on behalf of the applicant. So this property, about 2 years ago, we actually got a demo approved for this structure and a new house and guest house garage. Those plans were sort of scrapped, and now we're just renovating the current house. So this proposal is to essentially add a dormer on the north roof plane, and then a sort of a clerestory style dormer on the south roof plane, and then revise what is now, it's actually a deck, but we're going to enclose the space under the deck, but we're also revising how the exterior stair works in that location. Structure was built in 1972, I believe. It's sort of pseudo timber frame on the inside, so we're kind of trying to work with those timber elements as much as possible. I think limited visibility was a huge factor in the much larger structures getting approved at the last meeting. I don't know if you're actually really going to see any of this proposed work except this view up the driveway. You'll certainly see the dormer on the north side. We're also adding some details, some kind of like rafter tail details, things like that. They did like the sort of more shingle style aesthetic that we had approved on the previous submission, and we're just trying to integrate those details into this project.
Anything else?
I think that'll do it.
Okay, so your board is Abby, myself, Joe, Connie, and Ray. Highlighted yellow means it is Nantucket. There's no active Nantucket. Did Holly have any comments? Okay, let's hear those, please.
So 1972 contributing dwelling, shed dormer appropriate, follow, build with Nantucket in mind for dormer and window placement, exterior stairs consistent and appropriate feature in Nantucket. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to comment?
I will.
Ray?
I think these revisions are benign. I think they're positive revisions. I like the idea that we're sort of adding something to this building in terms of like the rafter tails and that. The dormers, I think, are an enhancement.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I looked at this and I didn't see a problem. I'm okay with it.
Okay, Joe?
I agree with Ray's comments. I think it's an overall improvement.
Okay, Connie?
Nothing to add?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna quibble over it. It's a nice design. What's our motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. On your motion, Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, on to 32 Easton Street Cottage and the main house. Same board.
Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. We provided a fair amount of information, including documentation of existing windows and doors, sort of a narrative of the structure, a fair amount of historical documentation, which I'm happy to get into, but it's a pretty straightforward application, so it might be better just to kind of review it, and then if there's any sort of detailed questions, I'd be happy to answer them. It's a 1948 main house. It's been renovated pretty heavily over the years. It's a mix of Brosco windows with triple track storms that were probably original to the house in the 40s. Replaced Brosco windows with sort of a plastic kind of jam liner. And then Anderson narrow line windows that were installed in the 80s. We're essentially replacing all the windows and doors with all wood, simulated Vitalite, double pane, impact rated products. So that's sort of the gist of it. Maintaining, essentially matching all the existing sizes, all the existing light configurations, no real proposed changes there.
Okay, thank you. Did Holly have anything?
So this is a circa 1948 contributing. Appreciate the property's historic photos provided. This is located within the OHD boundary and on the water. TDL windows more important for the water and street sides. SDL okay, but not Anderson. And then she had a comment, which Kerry's not here, but it said Kerry had these for possible consent, and she believes TDLs are important. She could clarify, so that's all she has on that.
Thank you, appreciate it. Mickey, does you guys got anything to add?
Just a little bit. We're generally okay with the window replacements. The only comment is that it would be nice to have, I note that they're replacing them as exactly as they are now, which is a kind of a medley of different window styles. So it would be nice to have a little more consistency in the window style when it's all finished, like more consistent 6/6s where possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, who'd like to begin? Joe.
I have a question for the applicant.
Go.
Did you say that the existing windows, oh yeah, I see it on the schedule, they're a mixture of Brosco and Anderson?
Correct.
And you're not proposing Anderson, you're proposing Marvin?
Marvin Wood Ultimates for everything.
Yeah. I'm fine with this application.
Okay, let's see, Abby.
So it's, sorry, it's simulated divided lives?
Correct. The existing Brosco, when this building was built, there was no SDL sort of option. They just used Broscos.
Right.
But yeah, the kind of the two critical elements are the insulated glass and the impact rated glass. That's kind of what's keep moving us away from any sort of true divided light.
Right, I just, at least on the front of it, I'd like it to have, sort of that Nantucket profile, and not.
Oh, yeah, no, and the muttons will be as narrow as we can get with the putty profile. Yeah, we really ultimately want it to look almost exactly as it is now, just with upgraded windows. And these are also almost the same exact windows that were approved on 30 Easton next door.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which Marvin is it?
The Wood Ultimates.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Abby, I think you would be okay with those.
Okay, good.
Let's see, Connie?
So is there also door replacements? Yes? No?
That's correct, yes. Most of the doors are facing the water side, and they're Anderson patio doors. There is a really interesting front door that's the entry door that we'll be restoring. But yes, we're proposing to replace all the doors. I think the cottage is up right now, but same scope.
Okay, yep, I'm okay with this.
Okay. Ray, did you go?
No, I did not.
Please.
So I'm going to make an observation here, okay? Because I think there's still a lot of controversy about, or some controversy.
Should I call the newspaper?
Yeah. So if we look at the photograph, I'm sorry, I'm looking at two different screens. I'm looking at the one with my view pack, and I'm looking at the one that's being posted in the room with you guys. So there's the house. Now, I would challenge anyone to be able to tell me, even as the views taken from the property itself, not only whether they're insulated lights, SDLs, or true divided light, or how many lights there actually are in those windows. It's almost impossible to tell how many lights. And then further, it's very, very impossible to tell SDL versus TDL when you're even this, modest distance away from the building. So I'm totally in favor of this, particularly given that a lot of the windows are Andersons right now and they're going to be changed out.
Okay, thanks. Joe?
I wanted to ask the applicant a question. Would the triple track storms be going away?
The triple track storms would be going away. There would be a wood storm panel that's going to go over all the windows, just sort of as a sacrificial panel, which again is literally exactly what they're doing at 30 East and across the street.
Right, that's probably inset into the trim, right?
Correct, integrated into the trim with a blind stop,
Yeah.
so it's flush.
So I think to piggyback on top of Ray's comments about the fact that a lot of these buttons are obscured, I think that it's a net benefit once you factor in the removal of the triple track storms, so I'm fine with this, and I would motion to approve as submitted.
Any other concerns or comments? Okay.
I want to thank you for the historic photographs. They are so wonderful.
Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah.
And the house that was there before 1940 was pretty cool too.
Nice.
It's gone.
Okay, we got a motion to approve as submitted. Joe, on your motion?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
I'm an aye. And is this rinse and repeat on the main house, Ethan?
Yeah.
Correct, cottage main house, exact same scope.
So moved.
We're good with it? No issues. Let's see, what's the motion?
I just made one.
Oh, you did? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Well,
What was it?
I just said so moved.
On your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Well, I'm just quickly glancing at the application, and I see, Andrew, a mixture of windows. Sounds like it is exactly the same, so and you're keeping the entry door.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm okay with it, yes.
Yeah, I didn't want to just blow through it. I did a preview looking at, to me, this is net benefit, much more aesthetically pleasing. Abby?
I'm an aye.
Who did I miss? Anyone?
Me.
Connie, I'm sorry.
Aye, that's okay.
All right, so that carries unanimously. We're on to
Thank you.
55. Thanks, Ethan. We're on to 55 Burnell. And Linda?
Pictures are amazing. Pictures.
Back of the house, can't see it. And some other hardscaping walkway, fixing the Belgian block apron, stuff like that.
Thank you. Let's see.
Is that quick enough?
Did Holly have anything? No?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Is Rob here?
It's not in the RO, it's not in the SOH and OHD either, so,
Oh, it's blue. I thought it was.
no, it's not. It's way outside. I mean, like so far outside, you can't find it from here.
Okay,
This is at the very end of
Well,
Brunel,
you were
before you
doing
hit the
really
caddy
super
camp
well.
kind of thing.
okay. Sarah?
Mr. Chair, sorry, when you get a minute, Rob has his hand raised.
Okay. Rob, we'll be right with you. Sarah's in for Holly at the moment.
So Holly's comment was, there is not enough vegetation from the head of the driveway. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Which we're
Okay.
gonna add.
Thank you. Rob?
I object as usual.
Objection noted.
They have no standing.
Good evening, Rob.
Good evening, thank you. Yeah, couldn't be farther away from the road. No objections.
Okay, thank
at
you.
all. Yep, thank you.
Obviously, the condition that it's not visible at the time of inspection is the usual thing.
Thank you. Let's see, Ray?
Well, I object to Rob Benchley's lack of objections. Just like Linda, I'm okay with this.
Okay, great. Does anyone have any concerns?
I had a concern last time too, that it's a straight shot from the driveway to the back of the pool, and I had suggested that you move it to the left of the property and put your, so you don't look right down the driveway at it.
Actually, the porch is now on it, which is the second set of pictures, so the porch is actually blocking the visibility. The porch wasn't on it the first time we took the pictures. And you can't see it that bare. Actually, the grade drops behind it down probably a couple of feet by the time you get down from Burnell, so you can't see it anyway, and we're going to put screening
And it will
across
be
the
not
driveway.
visible time of inspection or thereafter.
Absolutely.
Does that persuade you at all?
I'm going to stick to my original.
Stick to your guns. We appreciate
And
that.
vote against every pool.
What do we want to do, folks?
I would motion to approve with the visibility clause, and I also think that the porch is a mitigating factor, and the landscape plan shows plantings at the head of the drive, so.
Yeah, it looks pretty bare right now because we're still under construction.
Okay, on your motion, Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
No,
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So four in
you.
favor for the record, one against. Abby, that moves us to 3 Kite Hill Lane, as-built fence. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and member of commission. So, first of all, I would just like to offer my apology to you and my neighbors because I didn't follow the process that was normally the due process, not knowing exactly how it works. And thank you for Fiona to explain me the process afterwards. So just want to offer my apology to you and the neighbors about that.
Okay.
So,
We're going to go, why don't you maybe let staff know where to proceed through the application with the information on the screen?
yeah, so I just updated the information for the fence, taking pictures of similar fence in town, and also for the deck is smaller now because some events happened in the meantime.
So have these been submitted digitally?
No, because I took that.
Okay, so
afterwards.
these would need to be, just let's stick to process for a moment. These will need to be submitted digitally so they're part of the record. And then you all have been here for a while waiting. We're gonna move forward with this, but it's not how we like to proceed with information provided at the table. You don't come here all the time, it's okay. We're gonna proceed, but for the general population of agents out there.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, you're the abutter? Yes. Okay, and have you had an opportunity to view these? Would you like?
I saw that was online, and I saw it before you left.
Okay, these are new, so why don't we give you a set and okay, you have, okay. Which is why we typically don't do this. 'Cause it
Yeah,
takes
and
forever.
definitely didn't.
Fence.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Don't bean yourself on the mic. No, I'm just spontaneous exclamations. I am not enjoying having to put these glasses on all the time. Okay, why don't you walk us through, what do we want to look at first?
So, however order you want, we can start with the fence eventually. So, when we got the house, there was a beautiful hedge here where you see the fence, and a previous neighbor forced us to rip off the hedge that was probably 20 years old because he thought it was too much on the lane. We were shocked, but he really threatened to do it himself. So we removed this hedge, which was a heartbreaker, and we had put some temporary posts, and we decided to put a fence because we have no privacy. It's basically a parking, and when renters are here or service company, they're leaving their car on because it's hot outside, and we have all the fume coming in the garden, so zero privacy. And so that's why we decided to put the edge to be able to enjoy the garden and have some privacy from cars, from walkers. It's big, just
Okay.
privacy.
All right, anything else on that?
On the fence, no.
Okay, and it's let's see. Why don't we do our normal procedure? Sarah for Holly?
So this is within the OHD. The house is 1890 contributing. 6-foot fence is on the property line, not appropriate. Not appropriate. White is not appropriate for the board fence, should be natural weather. And then just saying, I believe there were abutters that were concerned and would like to speak.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Mickey?
Same as Holly, 6-foot fence right on the front property line is not appropriate, especially white. If there's a fence at all, it should be a very low picket style fence. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, does anyone have any questions before we get started?
I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead. Joe?
The height of the fence is 6 feet?
Yeah.
I thought I saw something that came in that
think
said it
that'll
was
be
7
addressed.
feet.
Yeah, I think that's going to come up.
Right, in the
Okay.
previous submission.
And then, and this, I guess, is along the same lines. From the interior, I guess that view right there, do you have any sense of what the height is to, like, right at the top of the shovel where that board is going across? That looks to me, if that's
That's 6 feet,
that,
the top of the fence.
the top of the fence is, okay,
Okay, anything else?
that's it.
At this
It's just a
time?
question, thank you.
Okay. Let's see, would you like to speak? I'm sorry, it's Donna?
Yeah, hi, my name is Donna. I'm at One Kite Hill, but I have a neighbor who is on a time crunch. Can I
Okay,
let him go
yeah.
first? Thanks.
Why don't you, what's his name?
Mr. Bishop, you can speak.
Mr. Bishop, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
There's two bishops, James and Jody.
James or Jody? Whoever's on the time crunch, who can speak.
Okay, I think my husband, I don't know, he was going to speak. I'm also listening in. And one of the issues for us is that we have a shared parking area, which you can see where that car is. And it is very tight backing in and out of this area. And even when they only had the illegal posts that they had up for several years, people were backing into it, trying to get out of the parking area. And the height and the mass of this fence is just, in my opinion, really horrendous.
Okay, thank you. And would, I'm sorry, your husband's name?
Jim,
Jim, is Jim available?
he was in the city, in New York City. He may have had to sign off. I'm not sure. I'm not with him.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hi, guys. For the record, my name is Donna Marie McGrady. My husband Kyle, who's also on the Zoom, and I own the adjacent property. We're 1 Kite Hill Lane. I'm going to keep my notes brief and organized from watching a couple meetings. So Patrick has constructed a large fence, which is totally out of character for not only the historic district, but also for our street. And it is not at all like the illustrated fences and building with Nantucket in mind. It lacks any sort of lattice or post caps that are typically seen in 5-in-1 fences on Nantucket, and it more closely resembles a wall than a fence. It is highly visible from the street and makes maneuvering for not only residents, but also the garbage truck, landscapers, very difficult. It's architecturally inappropriate. There are no plantings or anything to soften the fence, and I'm unaware of any evidence of survey stakes being placed for property lines just being acknowledged even. There's also an inaccuracy in the view pack, and I think that's the 7-foot thing that you guys caught. The portion of the fence that borders our hedge is actually 7 feet, and I did send a picture to Nikki with the measuring tape up close and far away. So I think it's kind of egregious. It's totally inappropriate, and I'm hoping you guys will have a more palatable suggestion for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, we appreciate it. And by the way, we appreciate the letter you sent too, that was very gracious to share. Okay, let's see. Who would like to begin?
Can I start?
Actually, I have one question.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
there's another name.
Oh, another
on,
person?
I believe Jeff Powers or maybe Kyle McGrady.
Jeff, would you like to go? We can't hear you if you're trying to speak. Jeff?
Yes.
Or the two others?
He's here.
Hi, excuse me. This is Jeff. Are you guys able to hear me?
Hi, Jeff, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. Thank you all for your time. My name is Jeff Powers, my wife Veronica. We live at the end of the street, 6 Kite Hill. And one of our concerns obviously is passability for emergency vehicles. I think as Donna had pointed out, the survey posts, and it's tight. We've witnessed people having difficult time getting down there. If there are cars in parking spaces, that is one of our primary concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are there others too?
Yes, Mr. Chair. McGrady?
First name?
Kyle McGrady?
What is it?
Kyle?
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me. I just want to echo Donna's sentiment. And I mean, at the current state, I think we suggest that the fence be taken down, if assuming you consider that. I guess just echoing Donna's sentiment.
Okay, thanks, Kyle. Anyone else?
Not right now.
Okay. I have a question before we get started. The site plan indicates an easement area. We don't deal in easements, but I would like to understand what that refers to.
It's the whole lane is owned by 5 Kite Hill Lane.
Okay.
And we discuss an easement because, part of their parking is on our land and, so it's been a little bit awkward. So that's what it comes from. So to have a little bit more space here to leave the parking lot of 5 Kite Hill Lane on our block, basically.
So this is to the benefit of the neighbors?
Yeah.
The abutters?
Yeah.
And then the other question is, the site plan indicates the fence is partially
I
aligned.
can't, you couldn't get your microphone.
Your mic's hot,
he's
whomever's
talking
speaking.
about, he's trying, because is why.
Thank you, they faded away.
Yeah.
I'd just like to get some clarification on the site plan. It indicates the western point of the fence is on what appears to be a property line, and then it goes into the easement area of the private way.
That's correct.
And, okay, so that's, again, we don't address those matters, but I wanted to be aware. And then I just want, not too fine a point on this, but you mentioned the easement is indicated outside of the property line.
That's right.
Okay, so that's basically, this is just representing a portion of the easement of the private way?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's the private way.
exactly, the lane.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, pleasure.
Let's see, who would like to begin on this?
I
I
can.
wanted to start.
Ray? Abby?
No, Abby.
Yeah, well, Ray, you know it too, because I think you've worked up there, but this is sort of behind my house. This is a really sort of rural road. It's got a lot of character, a lot of sort of old Nantucket houses on it. And I was going to suggest of you, if you don't know the street, because walking down it you're really going to get the feeling of how egregious this fence is and how inappropriate it is.
Thank you, Abby. I actually recently walked it. Do you want to make any other comments, or that pretty much?
I think it should go back to the old privet where, it's a really tight situation, and in, like somebody suggested, in an emergency, having you can always drive through a privet hedge, but you can't go, the
Gotcha.
wooden structure is.
Yeah. Okay, let's see, Ray?
Putting aside all the practical considerations, fire trucks and backing up and all that stuff, it's just not appropriate. Do we ever approve a 6-foot high board fence on the front of a property? I don't believe so, particularly not in the OHT. That's where I am.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
Hmm.
Joe?
I was thinking of a view before Abby mentioned it. I've worked around the corner, but I haven't been down the street in years. I don't disagree with what Ray just said, but I think it would be beneficial to the applicant and concerned parties to have firsthand knowledge of this. I will say that, I mean, the white, not at 6 feet tall, but I'm looking at the house and it looks like it has a skirt board with some boards underneath it that are painted white. That seems sensible. And even if we approve this fence, it sounds to me like you'd be constantly dealing with repairing this thing. So my inclination is that the solution is not a fence, but the vegetation. But all that said, I would still like to do a view.
Thank you. Connie?
I actually had this on consent, so I did go take a look, and I was opposed to the height and having it painted white. So that's why I brought it before the commission. I'm still against the height and having it painted white.
Okay, thank you, Connie.
Can I clarify one thing? Part of the reason why I'd want to go take a look is just to see the context and what other fence styles are in your immediate neighborhood. Appreciate the precedent images that are from around town, but I'd like to see the immediate context so that if there's a fence solution that we're talking about, that I'm better informed. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. I'm amenable to another view, walk down there one afternoon, and we'd have it come back. What are we thinking, Tuesday next week?
Sorry,
I think we'll revisit this Tuesday next week at our next meeting. Good.
Yeah, I appreciate being able to go down there and take a look at it.
If I may, is that, we don't want every time cars backing up on the lawn. I mean, it's.
Right.
And no privacy, it's
So-
hard to enjoy.
Thank you. So I guess I would comment, just for the record, I think that the fence is inappropriate as proposed. This would be a situation typically where we might see like a 42-inch type 2 picket with privet behind it or evergreen material behind it.
Is it behind which side?
Typically, the fence would be, well, if you have the fence on the inside, that would be for your own purposes. If there was a fence visible from it would be visible from the outside with some type of vegetative screening on the interior for privacy. But it's definitely a softer, more traditional, more typical approach. But why don't we do a view?
Okay.
And we'll see what we come up with.
Okay.
We'll revisit this next Tuesday, and we will open up the deck.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, please.
can I just suggest, as long as we're doing a viewing anyway, like wrap this into it?
Yeah, I just was hoping to open it just to see, there's some
That's fine.
images,
Yeah, that's
different
fine.
images presented, so if we have any questions, we'll get them answered now, and then definitely want to roll this into the view. Any questions, anyone on this? Okay. I just want to clarify, clearly this didn't have an HC approval, so therefore it doesn't have a building permit approval.
Yeah.
And you are over 200 square feet, so you're going to need to follow up on that. We're not the building department. And how much was taken off? It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like the better part of 8 to 10 feet.
Yes. The reason why is because our neighbors before, not neighbors on the other side of, not on Keitel Lane, they had a huge tree, so the lawn was not growing at all. So we had planned to do that, and then they cut the tree. So now we can reduce it and have the lawn that can grow here. That's why we were able to reduce it.
Okay, great. So we're going to hold this one for the view. Do any of the neighbors want to speak now, or do you want to speak on this on Tuesday, next Tuesday?
I mean, I know you're going to review it. I did send Nikki alternate images because I feel like this totally crops out the house, the size of the rest of the yard, and I just feel like it's a tad inaccurate. So if you could include the other images, so you guys have a more accurate kind of view. That would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So you guys will just aggregate that, that'll be in the view pack, right? Okay, thank you.
Well, we'll be able to look
gonna
at
see it.
this, there's an opening in the fence? I'm sorry.
I think I received something, but I don't know that it was in the view pack or not. I think it was. I don't know if she sent it to the board or she sent it to me as the chair. Okay, so we're gonna motion to hold these both till next Tuesday, the beginning of the meeting. Okay, why don't we just, we don't need to vote on that.
Do I need to load something online? Or
You're gonna come back and we're gonna kind of get into the nitty gritty once we've had a chance to take a look at the conditions on the site as a full commission,
Okay,
all right?
okay.
Okay.
So I don't need to load anything online? Of those pictures?
If you haven't submitted these images digitally, submit them and label them for staff, and then they'll put them in the packet online.
Okay, so I do that, I go to the office?
You can touch base with Sarah as we proceed through the meeting.
Okay. So I attach it to the old,
Okay.
and I replace it? Okay, okay, that works. Okay, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
All right, have a good evening.
Thank you.
That brings us to 12 Angola Street. Let's see, Ray, you're actually chairing this.
Yeah, it looks like I am. Okay. So, okay. So, obviously, first of all, is Katie here?
She's
I'm here.
Okay. So me, Stephen, Carrie's not here. Joe Paul is. Alternate Patton, 1, 2. So Katie, you'd have a 4-person board, myself, Stephen, Joe, and Connie. You good with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I just want to
So
get this.
let us proceed then. Okay. Go ahead, Katie.
So those are the actual, that's before I made the revisions, but there you go. So I've addressed all the concerns from the last meeting, which I know was a while ago. I narrowed the driveway to match the width of the garage, eliminated one of the cobble strips and made it so it's just one parking spot. I changed the apron material to brick to match the rest of the driveway. And I created a bed between the driveway and the property line in that small section of retaining, and put some evergreens in there. And then you guys also requested that I include the Joe's approved plans for the retaining, which were structurally a part of the secondary dwelling. And that was it.
Okay, Katie, thank you. Did Holly draft up some comments on this?
No, I don't have any comments, Mr. Chair.
Is that because she didn't draft any or she didn't have any issues with it?
Because I don't have any information from her, so maybe she didn't get around to drafting
Okay,
anything.
all right, fair enough. How about Mickey?
Sure. So for a 1-car wide driveway, it's wider than necessary. It really should be about 12 feet wider or so, a little plus or minus, but it doesn't need to be as wide as it's described and shown. But I also want to point out as kind of an inconsistency between the plan that you're looking at there. Note where the garage is relative to the house, to the stoop of the house. They're kind of overlapped. The stoop faces right into the garage, as you see on the plan there.
Yeah.
Now, you scroll down to the elevation below. You see the doorway in the stoop and the garage. It shows there as if the garage is slid back probably 3 or 4 feet or so. So if that was an approved description of the garage, the placement on the elevation is different than the placement on the floor plan. So I'm just questioning why they're different.
I do understand what you're saying. Katie, is that something that you can address?
I mean, you guys, I believe, had requested that Joe shift the garage back 3 feet.
Yeah.
And I did the same on my plans. If it was shifted back even further than that, maybe our plans just didn't jive. But as far as I know, I
revised my plans to match Joe's final ones.
Okay.
I'm
So,
not sure
but
where
the
discrepancy
net
is.
of that, like, let's say that Mickey's point is correct. That would mean that the garage second dwelling would be pushed back, which would mean that your drive would be longer by probably 3 feet or so. Correct?
Oh, positive. But I made that revision in my plans, so I don't know if, I don't understand why there's a discrepancy in the elevations. I'd have to talk to Joe or
Okay.
open up
All
my
right,
plans.
Mickey. All right, let's see how it goes, though. Thank you, Mickey. Thanks, Katie. How about the board? Should we hear what the board has to say now?
I'll go.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I recall the shift. So Katie, I think the last page elevations are correct, showing the migration of the garage dwelling unit further away from Angola. I think the point Mickey's trying to make, in addition to pointing out the difference, is that in your site plan, and I think Ray was referring to this too, can we go to the up one? This garage footprint doesn't jive with the 3-foot shift back. It jives with the second shift in the elevation, more or less. So this would actually, the secondary dwelling would actually be shifted further back, keyed off the elevations. It would be pretty much the beginning of the face of the garage. Face of the garage would align with the rearmost edge of the stoop parallel to Angola. So the driveway would be longer and the driveway needs to be thinner. Other than that, I don't have a concern, I guess. I would prefer that this is cobble, but maybe even cobble with grass, but.
I originally had a cobble apron and you guys asked me to.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the whole thing, just cobble and grass. This is like this side of it is kind of the country lane side. I understand this is a more formal presentation structure. I don't know if it's a 3-bay or I think it's a 4-bay, but I just think that would be more appropriate. Having said that, I also understand that I think there's a, 1990s structure to the left of this, 1 or 2 houses down, that has white granite Belgian block, which I think is, the most atrocious thing we've imported, or one of the most atrocious things. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Let's see, Joe, Connie.
I'll go. This is Joe speaking.
Got it.
Is there any, this is, I guess, a question to the applicant. Is there any indication of what the actual width? I see 20 feet is the apron width. What does the driveway end up being? 16 feet? Oh, 19.6? Where's that shown?
No, 19.6 is the width of the entrance to the apron. The driveway itself, I believe, is, I didn't put it on there because it's the width of the garage and that's what you guys had asked me to do. So,
Right.
if you had said made it even narrower, I would have made it narrower, but I was asked to just make it the width of the garage.
So I would be fine with this, with a corrected site plan, which I think is that third elevation, and the driveway coming in 12 inches off of each corner, so that the thing just contracts by a total of 2 feet.
Okay, Joe.
I'm fine with the material combinations.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Connie.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add. I would be in favor of the 12 inches. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Yeah, so that was the first thing that struck me when I looked at it, is it's not wide enough for 2 cars, but it's way too wide for 1 car. And the strip, of course, would imply that only 1 car is pulling in there. So I like Joe's idea of pulling it in 1 foot on either side. and all the rest remaining the same. Can I get a motion? of Some kind?
One other comment, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Stephen, go.
So I think it would be more appropriate if this is going to be brick, that this comes down to a 12-foot wide, but, and I think the cobble in the center, I don't know, I think it's a little bit too decorative, it's unnecessary. I would add, however, that I think you could do a kind of cobblestone grass pull-off to the right, so you'd have parking there. So there is parking for 2 cars, but it's much less formal than what's presented, which I think where I'm really going with this is that slightly less formal is a more appropriate approach for this location. So I would be supportive of thinning the driveway down to 12 feet, the apron appropriately, and I would not be adverse to a cobblestone pull-off on the right side, just a kind of an organic.
On the right?
On the right side, yes, because.
I don't think the grade there is going to allow us to do that.
Well, you were at a 20-foot wide driveway, Katie, so if you did it, it would be within the footprint of your original
No,
application.
I brought it in on the left side. The right side edge of the driveway is where it has always been.
I gotcha.
So that.
We're on the left side. That's even better. I wouldn't be adverse to that. Anyways, not to throw a wrench in the proceedings, but.
Okay. Wow. All right. So,
Ray, am I on this as an
No.
alternate? No.
Not according to my list. No, sorry. All right. Well, so there have been a couple of things. Stephen's proposal, although I don't think it's a bad one at all, is a little bit more far-reaching than Joe's, which is simply to narrow up what we have in front of us. What is the pleasure of the board?
Well, can I make one comment? I think just thinking back to when you had the wider parking area.
Yeah.
I think one of the concerns wasn't just that it was a double parking area, but that was right up against the neighboring lot. And I think what you've done, well, we asked you to do this, but you've softened that transition and you've obscured the retaining wall with vegetation and so forth. So I appreciate that, and I would be inclined to see that stay. So
I'm in agreement with you on that, I think.
if the driveway came in 18 inches on either side, I think we're getting closer to this number. We're through interpolation. I'm guessing that this overall is about 16 feet
Can we
wide.
confirm that by looking at Joe's elevation plan? It might show the width of the garage there in front.
It doesn't.
It doesn't? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least not the information that I have, no.
Yeah.
So, that would be simple, but continue, Joe, sorry.
Yeah, so I think if you pull it 18 inches off, I think you're going to get between 12 and 14 feet, somewhere in there. And
I think that's right.
I'd be
with
fine
12
with it.
inches on either side?
What was that?
Would you be okay with 12 on either side? Can we?
I'd be
compromise
fine
or
with,
just with delivery
I'm
trucks and
fine with
stuff?
12 on either side, but the biggest concern I have is that we don't memorialize this site plan as the final site plan, that we need to get confirmation that the dwelling is in the approved location, because it looks like there were 3 locations, that's all.
There were so many revisions. Joe and I probably just missed
Yeah.
one.
And I think that could be done through staff so that, and you include the side elevation with the final application so that the staff can see the correlation between the site plan and that approved elevation. So I'd go back to my original thinking, which is I'm fine with the materials, pull it 12 inches off of either corner and correct the site plan.
All right, so can you do an Exhibit A out of that?
I could, yes.
All right, because I think that staff is really going to need, some guidance, particularly with respect to where the final approved location of the garage, and the length of the drive. Do you want to do that as a motion?
Yeah, I would make that my motion. Is that easy? Do I have to reiterate that?
I can do it for you.
Okay.
All right, so Joe's motion is to pull the sides of the driveway in 1 foot further in than they currently are as proposed, and also to make sure that the location of the garage guest house is the same location that was approved in the final drawing submitted by Joe Topham. That would be kind of your motion and that's in the form of an Exhibit A. Okay?
Yes.
All good? All right, so on that motion, Connie.
Aye.
All right, Joe,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next one's to you, Stephen, at 21 Clarendon.
Yes.
Okay, guys, so the board on 21 Clarendon is myself, Ray, Abby, Connie, and Joe.
Good evening, members of the board. Tobias Glidden here from Maxmart Solar. Just submitted some new pictures, cleaned up the design a little bit, and just wanted to really clarify, this is Mr. Powers' property. In the front of it, he's planted some large Leland cypresses. You can see there of that photo in the center. To the left, they completely obscure the house if you were to stand directly in front of the house. However, if you move over and stand by his driveway, you can see the roof from an angular viewpoint. But like I said, there are a number of Leland cypresses that are growing up to obscure it. So just looking for approval for some solar on the structure. Thank you. There's a dark roof.
Thank you, Tobias. Let's see, does anyone have any questions?
Oh.
Who would like to begin?
Well, sadly, right at the moment, I mean, the panels are on the front-facing roof of the main house on a not black roof, completely 100% visible. I think that sort of runs counter to many of the solar guidelines, sadly.
Okay.
Wish the Lelands were another 10 foot, in a year they will be, but they're not right now.
Let's see, Abby?
I'm okay with them on the back, but not on the front.
Okay. Joe?
Well, my house is almost on this locust plan. And on my lot is between Dartmouth and Clarendon, just up the street. And there's a town-owned property on Dartmouth. That's actually 27, that L-shaped one that has solar on it that is in your face, visible. I walked by it this morning and I'm fine with it. I know we have black and white guidelines about no solar panels on the front. I do agree that this is pretty screened for the size of the lot, and I think that there's precedent in the neighborhood, and I don't think it's going to be a detriment to the neighborhood to have it on the front. I would be in support of it as submitted.
Okay, thank you. Connie? Ray, I was waiting for you.
Well,
Sorry,
I already, yeah.
No. I was, for some reason, I had in my mind you were chairing this. Sorry, Connie. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. I have to, I say I would agree with it on the back of the house, but not on the front.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of split the baby here. I think, clearly we got to stick with the guidelines unless there's a basis for modification. I think Joe articulates some reasonable basis. However, I think without some screening in place, like,
There's at least $100,000 worth of landscaping in that front yard.
Yeah, well, my mind is that it's the view as you're coming down Clarendon past the parking area. And I'm also want to be sensitive to the idea, like, I understand that, where we are, but at the same time, if we start to encourage through conditions on approvals or otherwise, cypress growing 30 feet tall all the way down Clarendon, it's really not going to be Tom Nevers anymore. It's going to be a big difference. So for me, the concept is that the back is approvable as we speak, clearly meets our guidelines. The front of the structure, I think, given a deciduous tree of, well, Mr. Powers knows landscaping as well, if not better. I could give him some plant selections, but I think a deciduous tree along the driveway, and in fact requiring the cypress not be allowed to grow above a certain height on that side, change the equation. Because otherwise what's going to happen in a year from now or a year and a half, they'll be back, which I understand, and the cypress will be allowed to grow another 10 feet, and it's just going to be a big green alleyway on that side. I'd like to try and encourage some diversity and vegetative architectural elements, and that would be to get a deciduous tree growing there between the parking area and the view of the second floor of the main structure of the house.
I have a suggestion.
Go ahead, Abby.
So not on the front, but on that gable forward, on the other side, it seems to have a lot of room on that roof line. That would be, I don't think we'd see that.
We did have some panels in the past, but the board felt like they were too angular and broken up, so we removed those.
Yeah, I don't,
And
I
it only
can't.
fits like 2 panels in there.
Okay, I didn't know, all we have here are the gable forward, so I don't know how deep it is.
I mean, you know,
With
some hornbeam along there, a nice hedge of hornbeam.
There's a
deciduous.
significant amount of trees in the front yard. It's the most treed front yard. There's literally no yard. There's at least a dozen trees that will grow to be 50, 100 feet tall, which would be lovely someday. But it will take 20, 30 years for them to get there.
I'll make a motion for now to say okay to having them on the back of the house.
Okay. Let's see. Tobias?
Would it be permissible maybe just along the bottom edge of the main mass of the roof?
I don't think it addresses the concerns that have been raised.
Doesn't, in my view.
It certainly doesn't address the guidelines. I think vegetative screening there without adding to the height of the cypress ultimately is going to be your solution. But tonight, it looks like your solution will be to, if you're willing, we'll go with Abby's motion, which is on the floor. And,
you know, at the moment, I don't think the client's going to move forward with the project, so it's very disappointing, given it not being on the front, but possibly they might move forward if it's just over on the covered porch area. There's a small area we might be able to fit a few panels on the front of the house.
On the front of the main, just I want to get a clarification.
On the front of the main dwelling.
As opposed to on the porch roof, which you can't see?
Yeah, just on the porch roof.
Oh, that lower one.
The
Yeah,
lower
see the
porch.
hip.
Yeah, I think that might be workable. That's why I wanted to get that information out of you.
Can I make a suggestion, Stephen, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to countermand Abby's motion, but it would seem that a more workable motion might be to just simply hold for revisions to allow Tobias to show us something where it might be on the front porch.
Yeah, I think that's where we're headed, definitely.
Well,
Okay.
I think in Exhibit A on the front porch, we've already held this for like 2 months now, so.
Yeah.
I'm reading the room, and the room says that removing these panels from the primary roof structure and placing them on the east elevation, first floor covered porch roof would be acceptable, correct?
That porch roof wraps, right?
Yeah, so we could do it all the way around.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to have, Abby, if you're amenable to that, is an Exhibit A that Joe has graciously volunteered to complete. which will show the relocation of the panels on the front east elevation to the covered porch on the east and the south. And by the way, yeah, that's correct. Good? Okay. Abby, is that your motion?
Yes,
On your motion?
I'm an aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And Connie?
No.
Connie's a no, I'm an aye, so.
4 in
let's see,
favor, 1
4 in favor,
opposed.
1 opposed. And Ray, you've got the next one.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tobias. So do we have a rep from Smith and Hutton here? There? Somewhere?
Mr. Smith, you can speak.
Yes, I'm here. It's Jennifer Smith.
Hello, Jennifer Smith.
Hello, good evening.
Okay, so let's see. It's myself, Stephen, Val's not here, Carrie's not here, Joe is, Connie is as well. So 1, 2, 3, you have 4 people that can be on your 2 projects at the moment. Are you okay with that?
Yes, we will proceed. Thanks.
Then let's go. Go ahead.
So it's been a while since you last saw the project, but I think we've done quite a bit to try and respond to each of the comments. We can start with the site plan and share that we slid the garage back an additional 2 feet in response to a concern that the garage and the main house might be perceived as being coplanar. To support this, we've also developed a comparative elevation on AG 3.3, which I'm not sure is available to you at this time. If you scroll down, keep scrolling, thanks. Keep scrolling. I think it's the last one. There you go. Yep. So this is an overlay showing the side of the garage with the silhouette of the main house beyond, showing the additional 2 feet slide northward so that the garage is clearly set back from the main elevation. No other changes to the site plan were requested at that time. All of the other changes that we made were relevant to the individual structures. If we'd like to review the garage, we can step through those changes. They were largely in response to some of the original comments for the main house, where the garage had been requested to match those of the main house. So we changed the pitch of the roof of the garage from an 8 pitch to a 9 pitch. This matches the main house as well. We added brackets to the pentive above the garage doors. We also changed the light pattern of the garage doors to be more sympathetic to the 2/2 windows. We removed 1 window on the east elevation at the first floor. So those were all of the substantive changes that we had made to the garage.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Let's see. Should we start right into it? You guys have comments yet?
Yeah.
Who was that, Stephen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a charming structure. Quays prefer what was there, but I also appreciate the restraint. And I guess I wanted to get a clarification on the garage doors, the utility doors. Jennifer, those are going to be painted, natural to weather. What are those going to be? On the south elevation?
Yeah, would you mind scrolling back up, please? To the proposed.
Hey, Stephen, when you say utility doors, do you literally mean the garage doors?
This is the existing garage.
Not the person doors.
Yeah, okay, all
Oh,
right.
yeah, sorry, those would be painted white. I think we're still looking at the existing condition elevations.
Yeah, There
you go.
There we go. Yep,
I'm sorry, Jennifer, you said white?
those would be white, yes.
Okay, I think that would be a concern. I think probably given, I don't have context photos, but a board and batten green doors might be more appropriate, but this is just a big change. And white painted doors, I think it just highlights that fact. Other than that, I have no comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Stephen, thank you. Let's see, who's next?
I have a question.
Joe, go.
Yeah, on the west elevation, can you, keep the one that has the side view of the stair? I think it'll be the next page. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
What's that? This is for the applicant. What is that dashed door that is that beyond? Is it
Yeah,
hidden by the stair?
it's
What
hidden.
is that?
It's an access door from inside the garage to claim some storage space underneath the stair as unconditioned space.
Okay, and this side is that's between the garage and the house.
Yes,
I
that's
see it.
correct.
I see it in the plan. Okay.
Yeah.
I have no concerns.
May I make one quick comment? And that was just to respond to the garage doors. The existing garage doors are painted white.
Well, Jennifer, sometimes the HCC is just not fair. I'm gonna have the same comment about the white. But before I get there, Connie, your view.
Yeah, I have nothing really to add. I was curious about what that door was too, because it does say that's also painted white, so I was a little confused. But yeah, I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, so well, I guess I spilled the beans. The only concern that I have at all is with the white garage doors. I would prefer to have them be green, Essex green, something like that. Something, something not white.
Mhm.
Is that what you say, Stephen? You go ABW? Didn't you used to say that? ABW?
He's saying yes.
Yeah, anything but white.
Anything but white.
Right. I mean, gray,
Yeah, gray.
anything but white, really.
Okay.
So should we have a motion on this, folks? Oh, come on.
There's a lot of colors out there. What if it's magenta?
Oh, well, the motion would need to include an actual color. So Jennifer, like if you had your choice of colors other than white, what would you suggest?
We'll suggest a shade of gray, either Nantucket gray or platinum, something along those lines.
Okay, fair enough. So Joe?
Yeah, I would make that motion to approve with the garage doors being platinum gray or something similar.
Sounds like a motion to me. All right, very good. So on Joe's motion, Connie?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Aye.
All right, Joe?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So there's our garage. Now we'll move along to revisions to the new dwelling, or the new dwelling itself. Yep.
So nothing has changed as far as the location of the dwelling on the site plan. But sympathetic to the garage, we've modified per the board's request to increase the roof pitch of the main house from an 8 to a 9. We've also lowered the eave of the roof mass, so the appreciable increase in the ridge height was only by a foot. We've reduced the width of the dormer on the south elevation by 3 feet. We've also deleted the front side lights by the front door and increased the width of the porch, and that was about 6 feet. We did some modest fenestration adjustments according to that change to the front porch. The side elevations, the east and west, we've unganged the second floor windows. And And we've changed the first floor windows on the north side, which were originally triple hung windows. We've changed those to double hung windows. We have a comparative study, if you're interested in seeing it, on A35, which shows the distance between the main house and the garage, which was a request by the board from our last meeting.
You said A35, right? Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yep.
Oh, big grade change difference there, yeah. Okay. I'm looking at it. All right, Jennifer, thanks. Same board comments. Is it pizza break now or what?
It's just a lot to digest. No pun intended.
Ah,
Pizza.
that
No
was a good one, Joe. That was
food
good.
pun not intended.
Yeah. Yeah.
John McLaughlin just channeled me and he says there's 3,978 applications left. So let's move it.
Just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. There are 49 pages in this, so it's
Oh, no.
a lot of them are pictures, but okay.
You have the elevations, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the before and the after as we're scrolling through because they're all on separate pages. At least I haven't found a page that has them all together. Oh, I take that back.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's
There are some, yeah.
A34, A33.
Yeah, I found them. I don't mind making a few comments. I actually think, you know, the existing house feels a little lacking in personality. I don't know if that's really an architectural description, but with the plain windows and the porch with the railing, it doesn't really need a railing. And I think that the dormers feel unfenestrated. And when I look at the changes, we've got 2/2 windows. It's starting to bring a little bit of a farmhouse vernacular in here, which I'm fine with the change from the gambrel. I feel like it was not a attractive gambrel, and I think that these changes, they're significant, but overall, I'm scrolling elevation to elevation. It all feels like a net improvement. I'm going to continue to look, but that's my initial reaction to this presentation.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Anything else, let me know. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks,
I
Steve.
think the south elevation is appropriate, nicely done. I think the north, have I got my cardinal points mixed up? Yeah, south is good. The north is, I think it's over fenestrated. And I think the simple fix there is to downsize the triple set of double hung to B3s, probably by 20% overall.
You're talking about on the first floor, right?
Yeah, the B3 configuration.
Yeah.
And it's a little busy on the backside, but I don't think it's inappropriate. I guess the thing I was trying to figure out is visibility from the.
It's a good question.
It's oceanside. I mean, I don't know. I would tend to think that a shingle wall rail would be more appropriate. On the second floor, north, it's going to blend in with the roof, and it's going to make this just look a little less, I don't want to say busy, but I guess that's the word that comes to mind. So
Well,
those are my,
it would be busy with white painted trim, which I'm imagining is the case, right?
yeah, I think it's going to be too much for that area. I think a single wall with a white cap on, as a rail and the downsizing those first floor windows 20% or so would make this appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Connie?
Yeah, nothing else to add. I do think that this is a overall improvement also. Yeah, thank you.
I agree with Stephen's comments for the record.
Yeah, for the window, the fenestrations.
Okay, great, good to know. I agree with, totally embrace Stephen's comment about the white painted rails on the second floor versus shingled rail. I think it, it would be much more calm and unimposing if we didn't have all that white and it was shingle. The triple windows like that on the first floor, I'm kind of like questioning the visibility because you are up on a bluff there. So you'd need to be out in the harbor a bit to be able to see that, but that's my own view. Jennifer, anything to say in response to these comments?
Just that we are also moving the house back from the bluff by 12 feet. So if you are out and looking at the house, its present location will be even farther away. So if that, we'd like the board to take that into consideration when discussing these. If our client is willing to make these modifications, is this something that would be approvable by staff, or would we have to resubmit?
Well, so you would get an easy approval on this if you did the two things that are on the table right now. One being the shingled rail on the second floor, and the second being going from triple windows to double windows on the first floor, all on the north elevation. You would easily get an approval for that. That would be a through staff. If your clients have any issues, they could always come back, but at least you have an approval. That's my own opinion.
May I ask a point of clarification? And this
Yeah.
may be to Stephen. The triple windows on the north elevation, were you requesting that they be 20% smaller but remain as triples?
No.
Yeah, 20%. Yeah, 20% overall, everything shrunk down. And Jennifer, just to throw in, Mr. Chair, if I may, I mean, your other option is you can, talk to your client, make the revisions, and obviously, we can bring it back and finalize it then.
I think we'll agree to make these revisions, 20% smaller, triple windows, shingled balcony, and approve through staff, please.
Okay, but Stephen, an issue was raised that I'm not sure I completely understand. So when you said 20% reduction, I thought what you meant was take the 3 triple units on the first floor on the north elevation and change them to doubles. Don't change the window sizes or anything. You're simply reducing the percentage by getting rid of 2 windows. That's what I thought you meant.
No, I'm not sure. I may have mentioned to you before, I can't see images in my head, so it's hard for me to visualize that. I was thinking, basically take the stretch mode and reverse it 20%.
Yeah. If you don't mind me jumping in here just for a second, I'm looking at the window schedule, and this B3 unit, each individual unit is 3'2" and 3/8, and the other windows are 2'11". So there's actually an A and an A2 that are all 2'11". It's not 20% difference, but it would match the width of all the other windows in the building if they just went 3 inches narrower, which would reduce this overall unit by
9 inches.
Yeah.
Each one would be reduced by 9 inches.
Yes, each triple unit would be reduced by 9 inches if you made the B3s the same width as the A windows, not the same height, but the same width. And then all the fenestration would be the same width throughout the building.
7%, 20%, what's the difference?
I was just looking for an easy way to describe it.
No, that was
Well,
very helpful, thanks.
I'm trying
So-
to do the math on it, but I'm not going there. Like, so a total of 18 inches in reduction in the width of the glazing on the first floor. You know what? It's 20% exactly. Okay, so Jennifer, I think that'll be the motion through staff, and then, if your client has issues with it, you just come back.
Sounds good.
Right? Okay, so somebody want to make that motion?
That'll be an Exhibit A.
Yeah, okay, you know what? Poor Joe.
Joe just made Exhibit A motion to that effect.
Okay, so on Joe's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Oh, there you go. Joe?
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
right.
Saint Joe, the guy, Exhibit A Saint.
Thank you very much.
Jennifer, yeah.
Thanks.
Jennifer.
Okay, so, let's see, next is 31 Exeter. A rep for that?
Yeah, he's on the Zoom.
Anyone?
He's on Zoom.
Oh, he's on Zoom. Can you guys, can you unmute Sean?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. You're up.
Great. Sean Mercer, 31 Exeter Street, representing myself here. Was at the May 28th meeting. The comments from the board were it was difficult to follow what was new versus existing, so we've highlighted the new. There's a comment around the hip roof on the left side of the front of the home. This has been removed and reverted back to the original. And then there was a comment on the Fairfield Paper Road from that's behind the home. I would like to confirm that that road does not exist. There are no paths, no walkways, no access from that road. Scope of the project. So some renovations to the existing home. The first floor would be an addition to the entryway and a stoop. And on the second floor would be to build out the northwest corner of the home over the existing first floor, and then add stairs to the existing second floor deck. This also includes an addition off the back of the home, which would be screened by the existing structure from the front, as well as a deck, a new deck, I call it first floor ground level deck off of the new addition on the northwest side of the home. I've submitted a demo move off of the existing garage, which was approved on consent last week, if I'm reading my notes correctly. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Now, it would be extremely helpful to this board if you had the previous and the proposed on the same page, so we didn't have to scroll back and forth to be able to identify what exactly it is that you've changed, okay? In the future.
Great. Noted.
Okay, thank you. And the board here is, it's a little different than the one you had before. It's myself, Stephen, Joe, and our alternate is Connie. You're missing Carrie and you're missing Val tonight. You good with that?
Yes.
All right, here we go. All right. Board members, when I just mentioned, if you could just tell me when you're ready to.
I'm ready.
Okay, Stephen, go.
Thank you. Sean, is it?
Yes.
Thank you for the revised drawings, makes it much easier to understand. I think the existing is a calmer structure. This new structure proposed is a little more frenetic. It reads like a growing family. Having said that, I don't think, given the fact that this is Tom Nevers, much, if anything, that's visual is going to be the second floor and the roof masses. The lattice, the expansive lattice on the west elevation, the tall chimney on the, starting on the first floor on the west elevation, the rocket ship with that small bay. None of these, I think, your south elevation, kind of the rocket ship, I don't think, these aren't going to be visible in the way they're shown in the drawings. And for that reason, I am fine with it as proposed.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I agree with Stephen, and I think I'm the one that mentioned that I thought Fairfield was actually an improved way back there, but I looked at this after that meeting and stand corrected. So I agree. I think that the building, if this building was oriented orthogonal to Exeter, I'd be concerned about it. But because of its angle, you're hiding what I think is the most, well, I don't want to say offensive, but the least approvable part of this, which is that the deck with the stair and that mass that's added off the back doesn't really follow additive massing the way we would typically want it to. But I think lack of visibility and the density there, and Tom Nevers will make this not noticeable from the street. And I think that the elevation that faces the road, the one that you are going to see, is an improvement over what's there. So those are my comments. It's a long way of saying that I think that it's fine due to mitigating factors.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Connie?
So, yeah, I don't really have anything else. I'm okay with the north elevation, which is, I guess, what you're gonna see. I guess I'm okay with the additional elevations due to lack of visibility. Yeah. But I guess if it was orientated a different way, I would have a real issue with that addition on the east. Thank you.
Okay, Connie. So I think we all have the same view of this, which is that the addition, although it's not completely where we would want it to be, is not visible and therefore okay. So I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, that's from Stephen. On that motion, Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, Sean, there you go.
Great. Thanks, folks. Have a good one. Appreciate it.
Good night. Okay, next, Abby, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're chair in this one, and it looks like you're, unless, yeah, there he is. Okay, so Abby, your board is Joe, Connie. Oh, wait a second.
I think I have
Wow.
a three-person board.
Yeah, it's a three-person board, yeah.
You okay with that?
I am, Madam Chair. I think that you asked for some really minor changes, so.
Okay.
So with your permission, I could start.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. So I think if we shift it to sheet A 2.1, you've seen this a few times before. So I think it really just came down to the omission of the dormer. Actually, if you go up one, there you go. The omission of the dormer altogether, and then two smaller windows on the second floor. We've eliminated the door completely. And again, this is set back pretty far from the road, so it's going to be a real secondary player. And there's also some existing trees and vegetation on the other side of it, so hopefully we've done everything you've asked. And so with that, look forward to comments from the board. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. So just to reconfirm, Joe, you're on this?
Yes.
And Connie? Okay, and myself? Okay, so we're camp, oh,
Three little chickens.
okay. You want to continue with 3?
I do, just based on the last meeting and
Okay. Do we have comments from Holly or any of those? No, because I know this is a historic house. Either of you ready to comment on?
Abby,
Oh, Mickey,
thank you.
thank you.
So our feeling is that this is getting closer, but the plate height should drop another foot or so. It's still a little bit tall. The windows feel tightly packed together toward the middle of the addition. They should be spread out a little, and actually changing them to 12/12s, which would match the front of the house, would fill the space even better. The French doors will probably be visible, and they should be simplified and changed to almost anything but 3 French doors in a row. And regarding, there's one of in that slide you're looking at there was a porch roof on the addition, which we felt actually was not a bad thing. It kind of broke up the massing, and it worked fine before with the porch. So those are our comments. Thank you.
Was that a porch on the side or in the back?
Facing the front, you can see it there over to the right.
Oh, yeah.
Something similar to that. Maybe not the exact same porch, but that concept of a front porch.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Board members, anything?
Yeah, I'll go. I appreciate you putting all these iterations on one page. That's certainly helpful. And I thought that we had established that, do you mind scrolling up just a smidge so we can see the side elevation? Yeah, thanks. Well, yeah, if we could see both at the same time, that would be great. Okay. I thought we had established that this gable end was not that visible. We removed there was a bracket that was on there because you could see it from the side. And and I think we even had it changed to those doors to have the panel below them. So I'm okay with that elevation. The porch, I don't remember discussing that specifically, but it feels a little bit like a foreign element on this very simple house. Plus, it would mean you'd need doors there. And I think I prefer the simplicity of what's there. And I think that each iteration keeps getting pared back. And last time we asked to not have any dormers. And there was a version before where it wasn't dropped much and the windows were split apart. I mean, just thinking back through each iteration, I feel like Matt has arrived at the point we've asked him to. And I think it feels appropriate.
Thank you, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. The north elevation, that's the back, correct, with the free French doors
I
in a
think
row?
so the front is east.
Yeah.
So the back is west.
It's the side, it's the right side, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Connie. I still think that additive mass on the right could come in a couple of feet, and as Joe said, spread out the windows in a more sort of traditional sort of, I don't know, just sort of spaced, sort of evenly. Then I think I'd be okay with it as well. I think it's going to be hard to see that the side of the house and the back of the house. So I'm mainly concerned about what this looks like on Pleasant Street. And could we just bring down the drawing just a little bit so I could see the relationship, the other way? Like, yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, so the massing, I think it's subordinate to the main mass. And yeah, I would just like to see that brought in a little bit and the windows spaced sort of more historically.
Could I offer a suggestion, Madam Chair? So we did actually pull the width in, so we already did take, I want to say like 18 inches out of the overall width, or 2 feet, somewhere in that range. So we've already pulled it in. As far as the windows, would the board be open to spreading the first floor windows out slightly and keeping the 2 on the upper floor where they are? There is some level of simplicity to it. It's an interesting house, so, you know, I think the austerity works, and it is set really far back. But happy to slide those first floor windows apart if the board thinks that that's appropriate.
I don't think that they need to be stacked as they are. I think you have a lot of shingle area left and right. It makes that mass feel a little bit too wide. So I think if you did split, plus they're slightly wider than the windows above, maybe? Oh, no, they're not. Yeah, I think it would be good if they were pulled apart a little bit on the first floor. If you had another 18 inches, 12 to 18 inches between them,
yeah.
I don't think that they need to rigidly align with what's above.
Do you want to form that? Do you want to make that into a motion?
I would make that into a motion. I would motion to approve with the first floor windows split 16 inches apart. Halfway
Or
between.
just evenly spaced? Or,
Yeah, I just think they need to come apart a little bit. I'll annotate it.
okay.
We could, actually, I think we could put a range in here of 12 to 18 inches and let the applicant work with that.
You okay with
Yeah,
that?
that's great.
Okay. So all in favor of Joe's motion? Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
All right, that brings us to 111B Old South, mixed-use structure, Matt?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've seen this once before. The primary comments revolved around the front elevation, which is the north elevation. We made a couple of additional changes that I think work. So first, on the north elevation, the second floor windows, we actually increased the size of those slightly. In the previous iteration, there was probably 5 or 4 shingle courses between the termination of the first floor porch roof and the sill. And so some of the feedback we received was to try to close that gap, and the board actually offered a couple of good suggestions that we've implemented. One being increasing the size of those windows so that the sill comes lower. And then second is we increased, I think Angus, you had suggested increasing the depth of the porch, so it came out further, so the termination point raised. So we only have 1 or 2 courses, so I thought that was a great suggestion. Turning to the east elevation, which is the side profile, we actually increased the amount of 1.5 portion of the second floor, just to reduce the length of that overall ridge. So hopefully that's a positive change. We did list all the revisions. So reduce second floor plate height by 4 inches, reduce cupola and secondary ridge heights by 8 inches. So we did actually drop the overall height by 8 inches. I went over the front porch, and we actually increased the size of the window. We didn't increase the header, it just came down lower where necessary. We did also talk about, I think, Stephen, you had suggested studying the Dutch hip element, and so we did include that in the packet as an option. The building itself, the first floor is going to be framed on site, but the second floor is actually 2 modular boxes. And so it's not impossible to do with the Dutch hip, so we could do it. There was some reservation from the company. And then the other thing we discussed was, are we adding too much to the overall, composition if it's intended to be simple? So, but that was something that was asked for us to draw and look at, so we have provided that as well. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's see, Matt. Do you have well, I guess I'll just wait. Who would like to begin? Your board is, well, two items of business I want to address mid-stride here. One is not on this application. 51 West Maya Common is being held due to lack of a full board. So 6 Timo will be coming up pretty soon. And I just wanted to get, for the record, Angus, you'd left a little after 5. When did you get back? 7 p.m. Okay, so you weren't on the other new business. And then Matt, back to you. Does anyone have questions for Matt, or would you like to just go ahead and begin to comment?
Who's on
The
this?
board, that's what I was going to do. Is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie. And Joe, you're an alternate. You don't remember this one? There are minutes included and, well, a transcript of sorts. And Connie, you questioned the need for the cupola. Ringing a bell? There's so many of these darn things. Who can keep track? Okay, who would like to begin?
I'll go if nobody else
Abby?
wants. I don't have a lot to say. I like the idea of the hip, but I don't think it's forceful enough. It's just reading as a chip was taken out of the roof. So I think the simpler gable forward is okay. I'm sort of toying with the idea of whether I like the boards on the second floor or whether that just shouldn't be shingle, but I'm not sure. I'd like to hear what other people have to say. I think the cupola as proposed seems a little large, but I kind of like it there. I think it breaks up that long expanse of roof. And the sash is a different color than the trim. Is it black? I can't remember what it is. Black on.
Yeah, it's a black sash, and I believe it's natural.
Yeah,
All the trim is natural.
That's right. So there's no white paint on this.
No.
No. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm pretty good with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
I actually have roughly the same comments that Abby just had, which is the vertical board, which I find to be on a large building more aggressive than just simply shingling it, and the size of the cupola, if it could come down. And it says that it's already been reduced in size. It's just not something I really perceive in looking at my little screen version of it here. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Connie?
I'm actually okay with this.
Okay, and Angus is back. Angus?
I agree with what's been said. I appreciate the modification.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Matt, I appreciate the changes to the roof line, some secondary mass added. The rotation, right, this is rotated so that the north is, the gable faces the street.
Yes.
To me, can we go to the clip gable, which is, I think, a couple sheets down? The other way. Nope, down. One more. This one. I think the clip gable actually becomes more important with this structure facing Old South. And I think if it were lowered 6 inches, which is to say it was extended down further 6 inches and in, I think it would be substantial enough to make a difference. I'm actually okay with the board, but given that is the rendering of the width of the boards, is this meant to be like a 1x12? Or is this?
I think it's supposed to be like a 1x10.
Representation, okay, so it's pretty close. Looks a little more like a 1 by 12, but I think the wider panels make this structure look smaller. I do agree it can be aggressive. I think if it were, if you're doing like a 1 by 6 or 1 by 8, it would be way too vertical. But those are my
Mr.
thoughts.
Chair,
Yeah,
can I ask a question regarding that?
yeah.
So I'm assuming that this is board and batten, but is it just vertical boards shiplap?
I'm not sure. It says V-groove. I presume that it's got a.
Oh, if it says V groove, then it doesn't have a batten.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, well then I'm gonna retract what I said earlier, because the battens are the thing that I find to, because they create shadow lines, sort of a pinstriping. That's what I find to be more aggressive. So I'm okay with the V groove stuff.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, I'm 100% with you. The batten is definitely a different effect.
That's what I thought.
So those are my thoughts, and what would you like to do?
Mr. Chair, could I make a motion?
Yeah, please.
So the things that we've talked about, this is a good elevation to show, is to, I would make a motion for accepting it as proposed, with the exception that the clad would be consistent of the vertical boarding, and that the clipped gable that horizontal trim would come down to the head casing of the two gable windows.
Okay, and you want to do that as an Exhibit A, just draw it up?
Sure.
Okay. On your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you
I
very
think that
much.
clip gable on these structures that are perceptibly larger than they are, or that actually are large, it makes a big difference. So I appreciate you running that
Yeah.
alternative view.
I appreciate the vertical board too.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be good. Thank you.
Okay. So that brings us to 51 West My Comment. That's being held. 6 to Tom. How do I pronounce this, please? Tatimo? Thank you. Is TJ with us?
I believe he's on Zoom.
Oh, excellent.
And
Do you want to hold
Actually-
for one while you wait?
he should be here, and I'm ready to roll.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just,
And if it's okay with the board, I only just got renderings an hour ago. I dropped these off as well, and I will upload them to the.
these are pretty pictures? We can take pretty pictures.
What's that?
Yes.
Okay. Just
So-
helps it read a little better, because I noticed that the packet that we sent, the printing didn't seem like it showed the 1x6 trim appropriately, and then this shows the actual 1x6 trim on the house, which is all of that procedure.
Okay, great. So your board is gonna be Abby, Angus, Ray, myself, and Joe. And it'll be for the full 3 applications. And when you see it up there, you can kindly direct staff to walk through the pages.
I'll do my best.
Excuse me.
Do you want to say?
Good pizza. Go ahead.
I've never done this, so I don't know what to do.
So,
my name is Steve Bocus. I'm here with Offshore Development, and this is a new construction home that we're doing out in Cisco.
Okay, and
We have kept and intend to keep a significant buffer around the existing property. It's a little over 21,000 square feet, and instead of just clear cutting everything, we're keeping a 25-foot buffer around the entire property that has all the native vegetation, everything around there to try to help with significant screening around the structure. And it's a main house, 4-bedroom, and a gazebo with pool.
Okay, great. Are there questions of the applicant on the application?
It's,
Joe?
I have one question.
Yes.
Related to trim, because the two-dimensional elevations don't illustrate any corner boards.
that's why I printed out the new ones for you over there, because the printer, which was submitted, I picked that up the other day, that it looks like there's no corner boards anywhere, and it is all natural 1x6 cedar. The entire structure is all natural cedar roof, sidewall trim, 1x6, and then it's noted on the application, but it didn't come out in the printing.
Okay, thanks. That's why I
I wanted to submit those new pictures, and I'll upload those to the file. I only
Okay.
just got them an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
Well, 2 hours ago, I've been here.
I do have one other question.
Yes, sir.
Are you, well, I should say this, I've walked this lot before, before it came on the market, and, well, it required bushwhacking, and there's definitely some elevation change from we'll call it, it rises up from Osprey towards the neighbor's property, the other, I guess that's the south property line.
Correct. On Fort Totimo, it basically, from their lot to ours, drops down about 16 inches coming into our lot.
Yeah, and then it continues to drop down towards Osprey, and I don't
Yep.
see any.
We have an 18-inch grade elevation, and then on the new set of prints that we have over there that are delineated out.
Yeah, well, I was just
Steve,
going to say.
hold on a second. Let's
Yeah,
let questions, you can answer the questions.
Okay,
Otherwise,
thank
we'll
you.
take comments and proceed. No, first
Yeah.
time here, next time we'll hold you to it.
Yeah. Well, I think that would be helpful if there was a site plan that had contours on it, because the grade does change from south to north. I think it changes in both directions. And I think that would be helpful to see, just to understand if, because the elevations are depicted as flat lines, but that means that there's a little bit of modest cut and fill happening, so it would be helpful to know what's happening on the site. That's all.
Will do.
Architecturally?
Oh, yeah, architecturally. Architecturally, well, it's relatively simple front elevation, and I think there will be a lot of visibility of the upper floors, and I'm happily surprised that the west elevation is not overly fenestrated, and there aren't a lot of second floor decks. There are a number of upside down houses across the street, and I think
Correct.
one next door, and I think it's helpful. The context is definitely eclectic. There isn't really a strong, the cottages get smaller as you move towards the water, but I think directly across the street and adjacent to this, they're relatively tall structures. I think it would be helpful also to see some context photos. I just happen to be familiar with it because I'd walked this, I don't know, 6 or 8 months ago. So I do think that it's appropriate, the front elevation, this farmhouse vernacular. I think there should be some variation in the eave heights between the central mass and the flanking wings. It reads linear in elevation. It doesn't read as linear in the 3D. So the 3D is definitely helpful because you read the depth a little bit more, but you see the way that those eaves connect across on the east elevation is a little bit problematic. And you don't really experience that issue on the west elevation as much because you've got the gables facing that direction. Appreciate the natural materials everywhere. Is the sash is black? Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, and I appreciate the subdued palette overall. Those are my comments
Thank you.
for now.
Ray?
I actually agree with much of what Joe just said. Primarily the grades, we should see existing and proposed contours that would create this flat spot where this house is going. That's number one. That the setting the eaves, on the two side wings lower than the main mass. Another good point. And the only thing I really want to add to that is on the south elevation, we have a rather long, wide, flush dormer with three windows that are popped in the middle of it with these, large spaces on either side. I'd like to see that worked on. And to that point, normally we have the window heads touch or get integrated with the eave. And in this case, we have a shingle course. I'd like to see that go away everywhere, on all the dormers. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Ray. Angus?
Actually, I agree with what's been said by Ray and Joe. To me, this feels like more of a rural area, so I appreciate the elimination of the corner boards and the more natural colors. I'd like to see more of an idea of additive massing. A lot of it feels to be the same or similar volume size. I appreciate the staggering of the volumes, but I think there could be more variation in the height of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
I agree with what's been said about pushing those windows up into the fascia strip, or if there is one there. And I didn't realize it was so boxy until Angus had said that, because I think it's nicely proportioned, but I think maybe those additive sides could come down a bit and make it, the push and pull happen a little bit more. But I think it's an exciting design. And the other thing I just want to say about the pool is that I'm glad you're leaving the vegetation. And of course, that would be in perpetuity. But I think it's a appropriate design. It's rural enough for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that leaves me, right? So I agree with everything that's been said. Highlight the concept of pulling down the top plates and of the wings from the front. I want to add to that as a step towards changing the concept of the overall massing is that decrease in the height should wrap around to the south and the west, which is the addition. If you're looking at the elevations, all of those secondary structure elements are the same top plate height, and I think it's too much. I think you had one other thing, but this file keeps crashing on me. Oh, here, we're back. Cross-section, I think if there's more than 1.5 feet change in grade, we need a cross-section in both directions of the site. In addition to the topographical addition to the site plan. And I think that's it.
Mr.
Support
Chair?
the comment Angus made about additive massing. My comment goes a tiny step in that direction, but we'll always welcome more. TJ? You're a little
Yes.
late. We were just about to make a motion for revisions.
Yeah, I just got let in, and if it's okay, I'd like to just make one comment.
Sure.
To raise comment on the eve height on the dormers, you all have worked with us on that before, because this is a SIPS panels house, and we need a little bit more extra room for our structure underneath the SIPS panel, so we're hoping to get away with the dormer eve space. You guys have worked with us with that up before on other houses.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll keep that in mind. You can remind us when you're back next. And I think, I can't speak for the board, but some of the success in that will hinge on how much the eave is lowered on those secondary masses relative to the primary mass.
Okay.
How about a motion, folks?
Yes,
Hold
wanted to
for
add-
revisions.
One moment, Ray. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
I just wanted to add one comment, and that is that you have the overall height of this is 27 feet. Correct. Which, it's great. It's not 29 feet or 29'6". When you're looking at the eave height, I don't know if my other board members feel like this, but I feel like it's the difference between the center mass and the side masses that's the important issue. And if that means that the center mass has to go up 6 or 8 inches and the side one go down a little bit to create that difference, I feel like you've started at a reasonable height and that you might have a little wiggle room. Part of what factors into that is the contour plan. So I'm just mentioning that because I know that TJ has been around and knows design well, and that I wanted to put that out there as part of his consideration.
May I make a quick note, sir?
Go ahead.
That has recently been changed to VR zoning, which gives us a 27-foot maximum ridge height.
Okay.
And that's why we went to our maximum, and with the SIPS panel, we lose about 7 inches on the roof.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. If you want to give me a variance, let me go to 29. I'll be happy to do it.
Okay.
But I don't think that would be acceptable. We can always adjust the eve heights.
Thanks, Steve. That's helpful information. And I just want to reemphasize that eve height wraps around to the addition in the back, too.
Correct.
Okay, we're going to move. Ray had a motion for revisions. On your motion, Ray?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Stephen? Aye.
To make a phone call for a second.
Yeah, we're going to dispense with this cabana really quick.
Okay, all right.
I think, on the cabana, are there any concerns?
Can I just jump in on that?
Yeah.
I think that we should sort of, I don't have any particular objections to the cabana, but I would really like to see the topo plan for the pool and the cabana to be able to, opine on them accurately. I need to see that information.
Fair enough. Good point. Let's get a motion to have the pool, the cabana and the pool track the house until we'll pick it up next time. Is that your motion, Ray?
It is, and I will only add with the pool that there's no information about the coping, the terrace, anything. It's just a rectangle. So, more information on that would be essential. But yeah, that's my motion.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
I'm an aye, carries unanimously. Okay, thank you, Steve. Nice job, first time out.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
All right, that brings us to,
And I can just do it on one elevation.
yeah,
Okay.
yep. And then just leave that at the top of the pile under the application.
Oh, no.
Hey, Tori.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good
Give me-
evening.
Give me 1 second to get resituated here. Tori, you're here for 48 York Street?
I am.
Okay. When you see it up there, go ahead.
Can you just let me know board when you have a second?
Pardon me?
Who the board is?
Oh, yeah, it's, well, Abby's making a call, so it's going to be Angus, Ray, myself, Joe, and Connie.
Okay, great. Okay, good evening, everybody. This is 48 York Street. It's a small one-story, right at the epicenter of the Windmill Hospital, top of the hill, Dead Horse Valley area. We are proposing a 7-foot addition on the first floor that extends up into the second floor, and then a full second-story addition. We've added a front porch. What else can I tell you? We're mimicking similar gambrel-style roofs that are around this direct lot to the north, and I think there's a couple to the north. I believe we've done a nice job of limiting excess on the details of the dormers and the style, and I look forward to your, and I've included the historic information Holly gave me from the new survey work. which you'll see here as far as data construction and historical nature of the property, and the property report card if you need to reference any of that. And with that, I look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, or Fiona, do we have anything for Holly? No? Okay. Let's see. Mickey,
Yep.
go ahead.
So keeping in mind that the house just to the left of this one is a gambrel roof, pretty similar in scale to this one. So according to Building with Nantucket in Mind, about 1% of Nantucket houses were gambrels. Having two right next door may overrepresent that type of roof form. A gable could work just as easily. The 8-foot or maybe 7-foot addition to the east is flush with the front of the house, and it stretches the existing 5-bay format into 6 bays, and that's problematic. The addition should be set back to preserve the 5-bay facade. This will shorten the ridge, which feels kind of long as it's presented already. The rear shed dormer is very visible and also feels too long and should be broken up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Just a quick question for you. You were saying long with respect to on the north elevation, left to right, as opposed to on the west elevation, the length of the chords, the lower chords?
I definitely mean the length of the ridge, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, who'd like to begin? Well, do we have anyone else in the queue? No butters? Go ahead, Ray.
Mickey's comments, in my view, were spot on.
Okay.
Anything, everything, no, actually, he basically, put into words all the things that I would have said anyway, so yes.
Okay. Let's see, Joe? Angus?
Ditto.
Joe?
Well, I think it's a well-proportioned gambrel when I look at it from the side, but I'd like to see the context, and I respect what Mickey and my fellow board members think about this. So I'm going to withhold commenting on it if we're talking about potentially changing the massing. I do agree fundamentally with not having an addition that's flush with the main facade and lengthening it. I think that that's inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I agree with what's already been said, and I really have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So
Stephen?
Go ahead.
Sorry to interject, but I did want to just clarify one thing, and that is, I agree with Joe that the proportions of the gambrel are fine, but the house, right next door is, for anyone that knows that area, is, extremely similar to this. I just think it would look really odd having two gambrels sitting there side by side, so I wanted to clarify that. It's not that I, object to the proportions of the gambrel. I object to the fact that there's already one sitting right next door. Thank you.
Thank you. So I agree with everything that's been said. I'm kind of a little bit different, but to the same outcome. Let's take a look at the proposed east elevation. This is with respect to the gambrel. The gambrel roof form may be okay, but with respect to the height of the first floor, the proportions aren't correct. It's all top. It's all hat. There's no, for this, to my mind, to be appropriate, the top plate of the gambrel would sit on the rafters would sit on the deck of the first floor ceiling and the second floor versus the top plate. It doesn't, it just looks off. It makes the chords, the lower chords of the gambrel roof look disproportionately long. The other item I'll mention, just while we're talking the gambrels, typically we won't see the break line in the dormer mass there. If we go to the south elevation, it doesn't show up in the west as much, so I'm not sure if this is drafting, but either this would be a single plane extension or it would be below the upper chord fascia, this being the roof of the dormer. So just to keep that in mind, if the gambrel is going to be a persistent design element. And as I mentioned, it shows correctly in the side elevation. So I think that may be a drafting error.
I think you're right.
And are you talking about above the dormer where it hits the top part of the gambrel? Right there,
Well,
okay. Yep,
So in
got
this,
it.
in this, it would seem to indicate there being a line there that there's a change in the roof plane slope, because otherwise it would just be continuous. But the side elevations don't indicate that.
Okay, we'll check that.
And the other thing is that we see both a single roof, the extension of the upper chord roof of the gambrel over into the dormer, or the dormer roof lowered such that the fascia of that upper chord that's just sticking out on the left and the right extends the full width.
And your preference would be for it to be seamless?
My preference is, I think one or the other, but I think that this dormer is just way too long to be successful for either. And I think that that's a function of, it's ambitious on a long roof ridge. And for this to work for me, it would need to be broken into two dormers. The last thing I want to point out, because I think it's really relevant overall, is this is, and Tori, you said it yourself in a way, the epicenter. This is a incredibly visible, this probably gets driven by as many times or more than any other home on Nantucket that's in a busy location.
Correct.
And I think that there's a responsibility on the part of the applicant to consider the modification and the character of the structure. I'm not suggesting it can't be done, but I think it just needs to be very sensitive, in my mind, to be successful. We haven't talked about it. I think that's on other commissioners' minds. I don't want to speak for them, but I did want to articulate that thought.
Okay.
Anyone want anything to add? All right, motion?
So, Joe, no comments at this time, or mimicking what people have said?
I'm
I just wanted to
sorry,
make
Joe.
sure.
Oh,
it's
no,
okay.
no, I mean, I felt like I made some comments.
Okay.
I think if you moved away from the gambrel, you're going to get more support. And I want to go there. I see that the gambrel is visible in one of these aerials.
Yeah, I think
and-
it did come through in the scan, yeah.
So I'm going to just take a viewing myself, just to
Okay.
look at context.
Got it.
So I think it sounds like the board would support a roof form more in keeping with what's there and not trying to emulate the next door neighbors. But it's hard to comment when something so significant is in play.
Yep, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Okay.
Thank
Joe,
you.
you want a motion?
I'd motion for revisions.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That carries. That moves us along.
Thank you very much.
I'm always speeding when I drive by here. I'm going to have to slow down.
Yeah. This is a good one.
To 5 Crow's Nest Way. Robbie, good evening. You got
Hello,
a pool
everybody.
for us?
Sorry, what'd you say?
You got a pool for us?
Swimming pool, yes.
Right over here.
You know the drill.
Okay, so, this is a lot, if everybody's not familiar with Crow's Nest Way, it's out in Wauwinet. It's kind of a rural area. It is, we have approval for a new dwelling up in front, which is a structure that's indicated on the site plan closest to the Crow's Nest Way. We have approval for a garage and some renovations to the main dwelling up near the beach. So this is the last little piece in this. The lot slopes from Crow's Nest down towards the pool. I've forgotten offhand, 3 or 4 feet, and then it slopes up again to the coastal dune. So the pool, the garage are sort of in the lower portion of the lot. It's heavily vegetated from Crow's Nest. There's a shot taken, I don't know, a month and a half ago when I put this together. I also included photographs that were taken during March or so that show a defoliated view from the street. This still has the existing garage apartment on it, which is the cupola gabled building that we see right there. That's scheduled to go away. The new building shifts everything to the left a little bit. We've changed the flow of the driveway so that it winds around a little bit more. You can see that it's heavily vegetated. We intend to augment that to make it even denser inside the lot, and we can add more vegetation as we need to screen it from the road. But you can see from Crow's Nest, it's well screened naturally right now, so.
Okay, thanks, Robbie.
Yeah.
Let's see. Anyone have any questions? Who would like to begin? Ray?
Well, I'll start with a question. So the cupola building is coming down, and the new, its replacement has been approved, Robbie?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that this is going to be like limited to no visibility. Of course, we would append our usual to it, so I'm okay with it.
Okay.
That's it.
I agree.
Abby?
Oh, I wasn't here.
Oh, okay. It'd be Connie and Joe. Connie?
The size of the pool, it says,
I don't remember. It's probably
There's a
16 by
plunge pool and then another pool.
36 or something like
Yeah.
that.
20 by 36.
yeah, I'm okay with this with our caveat.
Same.
I don't know, Rodney, there's something about this that's rubbing me the wrong way, and I can't put my finger on it. I'm going to hold off on this one. What do you want to do, folks?
Okay, I move to approve this with our proviso, not seen at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Forevermore. Thank you, Ray. On your motion?
Forevermore. Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm a no, for the record.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, dying to know why now, Stephen. Dying to know.
Yeah, no, I'm not quite sure myself, but as opposed to belaboring it, my next comment was going to be, I'd like to get, it's 8 PM now, and I'd like to get us through the next 4, if not 5, in the next half an hour. So they're all, I think, doable.
Are you suggesting a lightning round?
I'm thinking we're getting there. The work, Parkinson's law, work expands to fit the time allotted. So if we can shorten up the time, we'll get more done. 6 Marion Ave, pool hardscape. Ryan, are you here with us?
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
We can. You're a little muted.
Okay, let me see if this makes it any better.
Try one more time.
Hello?
Yeah, that's better.
Excellent. Well, good evening, members of the board. Ryan Blaney here on behalf of my father and the property owner, Bernie Blaney. We are proposing a pool out in Cisco on 6 Marion Ave. These illustrations show potential future plans of the property. However, today we're focusing on the location of the pool on the property, and we will make sure any other renovations will work around the position of the pool. We plan to have landscaping put in place as well to kind of hide the pool from any people that might be on either street where our property fits in between.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, any questions? It would be, the board will be Angus, Abby, myself, Ray, and I think we're to Connie. Angus?
Typically, I think we would look to pools being in the backyard rather than like beside the structure. Am I reading that correctly, that this is to the right of the house rather than behind it?
Correct. It would be to the side of the house.
I mean, I'm seeing just there's a bit of layering of planting, which puts me a little bit more at ease, but there's something about the siding that doesn't seem quite right. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
The pictures say it all for me. This is such an open, natural landscape. And we've struggled with pools in this area for years. It goes to how you're going to screen it, which means you're developing vegetation. And it's so open, you would be changing the landscape. So I would not be in favor of a pool in this area.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Ray?
Agree with everything that's been said. As Abby said just a moment ago, this area, we've had a number of pool applications come up, and one thing that I think we can all agree on is surrounding the perimeter of a piece of property with a layer of privet hedge, which A, is not the proper thing for that outwash plane, B, very formal, C, deciduous, D, unless it's 6 or 7 feet high, which is seriously wrong for that area, you're going to be able to look right over it and see the pool. So the solution that we've come up with in a couple of cases when this has come up has been to have a much more naturalized, much more full landscape rather than just an expanse of lawn with a pool placed in the middle of it. That's it.
Thank you. Connie?
Yeah, nothing to add. I agree with what's being said. I'm looking at that overall picture of the open area, and I just think that would alter the whole landscape of that area too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, is this a separate lot?
No, it's our family lot.
Okay, just
It's all
curious.
one lot. Yeah.
I agree with everything that's been said. I mean, this wouldn't be appropriate as proposed with the perimeter planning like this, and that needs to be much more constricted, closer, said otherwise, closer to the pool, and more naturalized and deeper in terms of depth of planning from between the pool and the street. And I think what we're looking for is Abby to make another comment and then a motion for revisions.
So I'm looking at the driveway. Is that part, are you changing the driveway as well? Because they're two different configurations.
Yeah,
from
sorry. Those are just renovations of what our architect drew of what could be in the future. For now, we were just focusing on the pool itself.
So Ryan, I just gotta jump in on that because no matter how you slice it, that driveway, well, first of all, the locus shows a different footprint of a structure. And this is a proposed dwelling?
Correct.
Okay, so this is part of, I think if we're talking about theoretical potentials, we need to have an application. If a house isn't in and anticipated to be constructed, we would need to see what this pool and the landscaping are going to look like as they relate to what exists currently. And we would need to, I think there could be some latitude on the driveway so long as it's not in the area to be landscaped or the pool to be for the pool to be located or the landscaping materials that would be required to buffer it. So to that extent, we need to see what's real and what's not, what's proposed on the same plan. And that, I think, would be part of the revisions. Lastly, understanding this is a proposed dwelling, for me, the appropriate application would be to reconfigure the orientation of the house and bring that pool in much tighter. Or just bring the pool in much tighter to begin with, irrespective of the orientation of the house. For some reason, I keep reading this as 2 lots, but I think it's just the way it's been landscaped. And it almost looks like it could be 2 lots, which would, if the 2 lots to your right and the locust are conforming buildable lots, this, I don't know, that's your business, but this seems very odd. Okay, so we think we need to summarize revisions that reflect the concerns of the commission. We need a drawing site plan that shows what exists and how the pool and the landscaping will relate to it. And what exists, I mean the structure and the driveway. And if those are going to be removed, they need to be labeled as such so that we have a clearer understanding. Any questions on that, Ryan?
No, thank you very much for your input. I appreciate it.
Okay, no, we appreciate your bringing this in. To get a motion for revisions and more information?
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
I'm not on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie.
Aye.
Got a note here, Joe's next. And I'm an aye. Okay, lightning round, 7C and 7D Surfside. I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting that there were some applications that I had reviewed for consent. There's several more later on in this list, but I did not get them to staff in time to be moved to consent. I'm not suggesting these have to be moved to consent. I will say the basis for my having put these on consent or proposed them for consent was that the solar panels are in the rear, on the rear dwellings in both instances. And the condition was that they be moved to the left as you're facing them so that when you look at them from Surfside, you're not seeing part of a roof and part of a panel, you're seeing mostly panel. So with all that said, Tobias, do you want to bring up 7C?
I think your changes are adequate. Single-story structure, rear, it's a cute little development over there. It's affordable housing. 1 mass, dark roof. The site plan kind of says it all. They're in the back. I'm going quick.
Okay, good. Folks, so just so we're clear, what I suggest on consent is the panel shift to the left as you're facing the structure from the street so that you see primarily panels. The area that would not have panels on the right side is obscured from the street by the structure in front of it. And that was the condition that I placed on both of these. Who
I
would
have a
like to
question.
comment? Angus?
Could you go back to the picture of the buildings? Okay, that's perfect. So is there a reason that the panels couldn't be on the west sides of these instead of the east facing
Yeah.
Surfside?
I'm happy to address that, Angus. If you could
Go ahead.
scroll down, Fiona, just a little bit, just a little touch more. If you'll see, maybe from photo C shows it, along the edge of the property, there is, on the neighbor's property, there is a collection of beautiful fir trees that are maybe 50 to 60 feet tall that shade the backsides of those buildings.
Thank you. Concerns?
Oh, I usually think about solar wanting to be south and west, and west happens to be facing away from the road, so
Yeah.
that seemed to make more sense, but the trees kind of do the explaining. No, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
So these won't be visible from the road? From
They
Surfside?
will, but the concept is they appear to be a secondary structure because they're in the rear of
Okay.
the other.
Okay, all right, I'll go along with that.
Okay. Let's see, Ray
I'll go along with it too, Stephen.
and Joe.
I'll go along with it.
Can we just, well, why don't we get a motion then on 7C? Would be Exhibit A showing them shifted to the left.
All right.
If you could just make it in your motion instead of an exhibit A. I think
That's
it's pretty
fine, it's just
straightforward.
staff approval, I think, takes a bit longer, no?
Well, that's the issue.
No, okay, so we'll go ahead and, the motion would be to approve subject to shifting the panels to the farthest left possible, facing from Surfside.
So moved.
And Angus on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an aye. 7D is a rinse and repeat, but let's
Yep.
bring it up. Can you scroll down just so they get a picture? So same thing, shift to the left would be the concept. Angus, why don't we start with you?
No concerns.
Abby?
Could we scroll back up to that? I just wanted to see that, there was a really good shot of it. Scroll down, yeah, that, right there. So, maybe scroll down just a little bit more. Where did I see Surfside Road? I mean, it was the site plan. Yeah, there it is, the site plan.
Go back up.
Yeah, where's the site plan? I just went by.
There you go.
Okay, so, yeah, so where's the one we just did was here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Here, and this one's here, okay, yeah.
I think I spoke too quickly. I actually think from that photograph C, this angle is going to be showing the space on the roof. If we're concerned about that part, I would be tempted to split it and push it to the eaves on either side.
Can we go back to the images? There's a London plane tree there that.
Down a little further?
Maybe this image?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, actually, it is more visible than I thought. But if you shift it to the left, you're gonna see less of it here where it's more visible than in between the two buildings as you go by with the tree there.
My only thought is that when it covers the roof, then it's gonna be less obvious than,
You're
part
saying
gray and then part
split the
black.
middle?
Yeah,
I
so
gotcha.
that it pushes to the eaves.
Gotcha. Tobias, any concerns with that?
I'm happy to do whatever the board would like.
Does anyone
As
have
long
any
as it happens
concerns
fast.
with Angus's suggestion?
So that it goes to the edge?
Yeah,
rather than-
left and right edges.
Yeah.
I'm here trying to help you. I'm ready to go.
So that looks like it's 8 across, so 4 pushed to the
Done.
south, 4
Done.
pushed to the left.
Ray, any concerns?
No.
Motion, Angus?
Yeah, just with that alteration, to split the run of 8 in half and push it to the eaves on either side.
Okay, great. On your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Would you mind writing, this is the first one, and that it's gonna shift to the left facing, and then right up on the other one?
I think the
Okay,
first-
so that, thank
first
you,
one is
Tobias.
C.
Thank you most graciously.
That moves us to 102 Walwinet Road, historic determination. Ray is recusing. Do we have
I'm
anything?
recusing and I'm also presenting. I told
Oh,
Lisa.
excellent. Okay.
Yes, it's C and D.
When you're ready, Ray.
Sure. So this building, this sort of ranch style house, we've established as being built originally in 1965. We did that because the woman whose name escapes me, and I'm sort of sorry that Holly's not here right now, but maybe Fiona or Sarah have her notes on this. But so there was a history of Walwinet written by a woman. It's a little book and tells all about, who built there when. And this was built, as you guys, I think, might all know, that pink stucco house that's out there.
Yeah, the Lucas House.
Yeah, so this was built as the guest house to that house. And since then, it's, long ago been subdivided off. So most of this building dates from 1965, except for if you're looking at the east elevation, the right-hand side to the right of the front door is new, or relatively so. It wasn't built in 1965. And the only reason that we're looking for a historic determination is we already have an HCC approval to do a wing on the left-hand side, but it's very modest. It's a one-room kind of addition on the left-hand side. And we don't want necessarily to have to bring the whole building up to the new the new energy codes that just went into effect July 1st. And so to circumvent that, we're just trying to get a historic determination so we can leave the interior finishes the way they are. That's it.
Is this easy? Is
Okay,
this?
thank you, Ray.
Yeah.
And we don't have comments from Holly? And the structure is, I'm sorry, I missed the age.
60s.
1965.
60s, so it would
Yeah,
qualify.
65.
So historic determination letters, pretty straightforward in the language, and we just need to make a determination whether this would qualify. It's a lower bar than a individually significant structure. It's pretty standard.
I'll make that motion to get the historic determination.
Letter, okay. Let's see, it will be Joe. On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank
guys,
you.
we are, let's see, who's in the queue?
That puts us at 31 applications for tonight.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
moving.
there's Doug Mills.
Olson,
Doug. Oh, Twombly?
Twombly, is he here? No, 11 Alliance.
Do you see Joel, Joe Olson or Clay Twombly online? Yeah.
And no, is there anyone else there? James, are you there? Do you want to, can you bang out 11 Alliance quickly in the lightning round? All right, well, it sounds like we're looking for motion to approve the April 9th minutes.
Oh, Doug's here for the next one. He's here for Mark's
Oh.
Jelemy.
Doug's here.
For Jelemy.
All right, let's go to 29 Quidnet. Oh, Doug, when, did you just come in? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Were you playing
I was like, I
baseball?
know, I was looking around. I thought you meant he was on there.
I knew you were playing.
Mr. Chair, is it
softball.
39 Quays?
29 quiz.
29 quiz.
Yeah.
29 quiz, I'll say it too.
Is this
thought
29 quiz?
I always thought
I
it was,
think it's 29 quiz. I
I
heard
thought it was
29
Quazy.
quiz.
It is crazy at this point.
It's crazy.
Okay, Doug, when you see it, let's roll.
Yeah, so this is a very simple porch roof and second floor deck addition. There's an existing deck on the first floor. We're putting a roof over it with an inset deck. Totally appropriate, but also not very visible from the road, as you can see from the photos, photo A, B, and C there. And you can see where those photos are taken from in the site plan. If you can just scroll down a little bit more, just so you can see where the photos were taken from. Yeah, and then that's the elevations. There's just the two elevations.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, totally blendy. Your board is Angus, Abby, myself, Ray, and Connie. No, yes, Connie. Concerns?
I don't have any.
Okay, Connie?
Is he saying it can't be seen?
If it's seen at all, it's seen from the water.
And what's the embankment there, Doug? Roughly?
I'm not sure.
You mean how high?
How high is that?
It's probably 20 feet, Doug, right?
20 or more feet?
You mean from the water?
From the water?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's actually fairly low on the water.
Oh, it looks like there's a set of stairs there.
Oh,
Well, there is, but it might be 8 feet, but it's not like a
Okay.
big, huge
Oh.
bluff.
All right, so 8 plus the height of the
Oh,
building.
it's right there. Yeah, whatever.
Not to rush anyone along, but this is, I think,
Yeah, I thought,
Mr. Chair, somebody has raised their hand.
okay. We're going to finish our comments at this point, and then I'll take comments.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, wait, we
Oh,
got somebody
sorry.
raise their hand, so I do want to take the comments.
Mi scusi.
Who is it?
Janice Ellsworth.
James?
Janice.
Janice? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Please go ahead.
I didn't know if you were gonna get to me or not. 3 Dennis
Okay,
Drive.
you're different. Hold on one moment, please. Angus, you were making a motion?
Yes, motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, Abby?
aye.
Ray?
Ray says aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Janice is 2 applications away.
Janice, you're 2 away. That was our last one for the night.
Thank you.
Okay.
We will be picking up, oh, I'm so glad you're here. So Janice, we need on your site plan to have you indicate the specific location of the fence that's proposed. And you could do that and you can email it to staff at HDC submissions, no hyphens, right? HDC submissions at nantucket-ma.gov.
Or Steve, just tell her come to the office.
Or bring
tomorrow.
it into the office and ask for Fiona. And so we can, otherwise, we're not going to be able to review that when we get to it. And there is a chance that it will go on consent. So please turn in an annotated site plan. The locus you have is fine. Just be descriptive. Show a heavy line where the fence is going to be and what types they are. Thank you.
Oh, okay. He'll probably have to bring it in. I think he thinks that everything was submitted, so.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let's
All right.
see. We're going to go with a motion on the April 9th minutes. Anyone?
So moved.
Ray, on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
I'm abstaining, I wasn't present.
Okay. Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm going to abstain. I don't know if I've reviewed those. So that carries 3 in favor, 2 abstentions. Next meeting is August 6th, 4 PM. New business, folks. We're going to be focusing on new business, back to the new business, old business rotation. With that, I would happily entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
On your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye. Thanks.
And I'm an aye. Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Night.
Yeah, we did pretty well.
We did.
Yeah, we got a bunch off our plate. This one needs to be signed